bad.
That's awesome.
You serious? What a nerd!
Wait.
I was just sending my buddy. I was sending my other.
He's not muted, by the way.
It's gonna get good.
It says we're live right now.
This is gonna be a good one. It is. We are.
Oh, everyone can hear us right now. Hello.
That's right. We're in the background amongst music and visual. Just enjoy the intro stream. We are all about to round.
Hello. We are live. It is Friday night, and it is almost Halloween, but not this week. Tonight, it is episode 55, Real Science. And what a panel, and what a breakthrough of a week, a month, and just today. So much happening. In the title, Jeremiah finds God in the field. That's going to be the main topic. But before we get into that, we have Mike Faraday Research, we have Phil Bouchard, we have Mark Benton, Simon C., Wayne, Gerald, WPG Enlightened for Truth, that's going to give us some coil updates and been doing epic work on his channel, and of course the lovely Liminal, and she's going to help break down what Jeremiah has, felt the forces of fields of what essentially consciousness through it.
That's a very good way to describe it. I mean,
he pierced the veil of his own mind and the ability to be able to sense some of these things. He now has a working model in his mind that he can explain. It's just my hope to bring together some relevant experiments that he has already duplicated or will be reproducing in the near future. And we can, talk and speculate about what the model is, why it's happening. So yeah, I'm just here to kind of help be a grounding, guiding force. So thanks for having me.
Appreciate it, sister.
Thank you.
Jeremiah, do you want to give us a brief breakdown first to discuss it?
Yeah.
And then,
so before we hop straight into it and get into the nitty gritty of what this thing is that I'm proposing here and why I feel so ridiculously confident in it, and also why I need to be told to step back down and I need somebody to find where I'm wrong about this field function.
Well, we've got a panel to help ground you, right? That umbilical cord back.
Floating away, boys. I'm floating away.
Because you're connected into a second dimension. When you're up in there, it's like, yeah, you're vibrating high up on this full dimension of conscious creation, and essentially tapping into a God creation algorithm might be a good way of putting it. But
I don't think the right word is algorithm. No, this consciousness. This is not an algorithm. That was, some code program by somebody. This is the absolute field matrix, the force that binds everything together. This is the field force that keeps the electron from ever falling into and finally hitting the proton in the nucleus of an atom. I mean, this is that force there.
For anyone that has ever been able to, on a subtle level, feel energy or has been sensitive.
Hold on, though. I have to interpret this. Did you just essentially state that the energy and physics of what is creating in the movement of electrons is this essential God energy conscious, whatever it is? Is that a correct?
What I'm trying to tell you is that the interactions between these particles are happening through this field that occurs with a very forgiving matrix of, you consider it sort of like filling a tube with these clear beads that are spongy. Have you ever seen those? I'll use this example. Have you ever seen those beads that you can throw these little pellets into a container of water and they'll inflate and they'll grow into a sphere? And
yes.
Or beads or something else like that.
Yes, that's exactly what they're called.
Right. Okay, so fantastic example of this thing. These things, they absorb the outside space. They reach a certain point where they're basically molecularly balanced, and then they stop growing. So the way that they flow, just imagine that there's this background field. It's like a lattice structure where all these things are kind of crammed in, and they're bouncy, and they have this spongy field against them. This is at the Planck scale, at the very finest scale of all things that exist. We have this structure that kind of, in terms of the way that it moves, is like these Orbeez. that they can congeal together and deform slightly momentarily, but they're field forces that make up the lattice, and they are way, way smaller in terms of their physical size than, say, the size of an electron, or the size of a proton, or the size of a neutron. These lattice points that spread out and fill the universe in a continuous, unending grid are basically pressed together, and they each have their own magnetic moment. So this magnetic moment can be spun and twisted and twirled. You could think of this like the 0-point energy field. There is physical stuff there. There's a reason for why the speed of light only goes a certain speed, right? It doesn't just instantaneously travel from A to B. There is a transverse wave that gets generated at the photon source, and it travels through free space in the vacuum and will arrive at the destination based on the velocity c and the distance between those 2 points. So why is there that time that it takes? What's it moving through? What is this little wave function of an electron's motion that we call a photon actually traveling through to convey that energy to something at a great distant point, such as the fact that we can see Alpha Centauri and all these other asteroidal bodies out there in the stars? Well, what is that point, right? So, if we think about the space-time as being connected to this underlying lattice structure that actually carries all the field forces and conveys them from one node to the next, and considering that they can be spun or reoriented, just imagine it like a bunch of tetrahedrons, tetrahedral magnet dipoles suspended somehow on a lattice grid, and they're slightly elastic to each other. They can't quite get closer, they can't quite get farther. Well, what these are in terms of when we've investigated positron-electron pairs. So if we put enough photon energy into a fixed point in space-time to see what space-time is made of, what this universe is made of, the Large Hadron Particle Collider is attempting to disassemble the space-time and look for the field forces that exist in that space in between, the liminal space that exists between all of these individual particles. And something really fantastic happens there at an extremely small scale, at the Planck scale. So I hope I haven't lost everybody yet. Can you guys hear me okay?
Not at all. You're doing well.
We can hear you okay.
Dorian McLean says perfectly said. So
right.
You're explaining it on point, brother. Do continue.
Okay, so let's think about these field forces at the Planck scale, this cosmic lattice structure, right? So all these little nodes, just imagine that, we've heard about antimatter. Antimatter is a popular conundrum, and I want to bring this theory into this whole thing because this is a vision that I had earlier, and it ties right into this, and it helps explain part of what's going on here, but it gives us the underlying matrix that will build the foundation, the rock on which we are about to discover this sustaining conscious field force that makes the universe go. Okay, so we'll start with that. One moment. Processing error.
Processing error.
Good. In the meantime, I'm just going to interject and tell my own little personal experience of when I let myself get far too space cadetted out because I stayed awake for 5 days straight working on some alchemy and like some science experiments and projects. But by the end of it, I was looking at the periodic table of elements of symbols of the alchemy symbols of the periodic table of elements, and it just like they all started moving around and connecting and like explained made this conscious like connection to me where I like tapped into this source consciousness and like it explained that they like came alive and became this like God code thing. And it was the most messed up experience I think I've ever had. But
I got it now, by the way. But
well,
I still, I'm still deciphering it bit by bit, and yeah,
Thoughts can control physical matter.
Things get weird when you're awake for 5 days. I did that on purpose as an experiment, and
100%.
you will start to see things.
And hear things. The shadows do come alive. The
Yes,
whispers
the
begin to
shadows,
speak.
the shadows.
And you connect into a different dimensional realm, and that is a
I
whole nother
literally
portal
saw
and topic for another day.
people in the shadows, little figures, and they
Oh
didn't
yes,
go away. It was
the
Okay,
so
so
weird.
yeah,
okay,
but we're getting off topic.
I
Let's
think
get
I am
back
ready to
to
get into this. So this is where it gets good. The
Energy,
Okay,
frequency, vibration.
so if everybody's ready, now let's delve in. Okay, so there is an interaction between two electrons that are flowing through conductors at an orthogonal angle. When these crossed fields of the conductors, the electrons that are flowing through the conductors, interact with each other, there's a chance, there's a possibility. It doesn't happen every single time. It doesn't happen with every single electron. This is not like a universal guarantee that this is going to happen, but there's a chance that two electrons will happen to be at exactly the right distance apart along the same path length with equal energy, where they can basically repel each other from two conductors that are crossing. And when they do this, they will be forced to swing 90 degrees to the direction that they were moving down the conductor and take an entire loop around the outside of the wire over and just between that area between the copper and between the insulator of a common wire. This will happen because of the magnetic flux interaction, that you'll have this orthogonal motion. And if you look at it side on, you will see the omega symbol. This means that the electron took a longer period of time to move through that space than it otherwise would have had there not been another electron moving through the wire beneath it. And had their fields not interacted, they would have not made this, weird pathway. They would have not changed their trajectory and linked with each other like this. But when they did link with each other, they formed a pair. And when they paired up, this Cooper pair, this is the phenomena of superconductivity emerging from a field interaction at the atomic, in the atomic lattice at the Planck scale, because this rebound effect from the background field of all these orientable magnetic dipole moments from the structure will rebound to try and convey the magnetic field pole orientation of the motion for every charged particle. So every single time an electron moves in a line, in a straight line, all other electrons that are anywhere near that electron that's moving in a straight line, they'll want to get pulled into and move along with it. They are going to want to follow the same exact path because the path has been basically cut out for them. It's sort of like walking a trail in the woods. If people walk that trail in the woods, everybody tends to walk the same trail. It's the reason why lightning bolts form in the ways that they do. It's the split and the fractal for why we see the exact shape of the V in the curve of the lightning bolt when it breaks apart and splits in two different directions.
So, what's your thought on mercury? Because that was where we first discovered superconductivity in the first place. When you supercool mercury, you get that effect. So, is it just that you have
room temperatures, though? And you get superconductivity in mercury vapor at high temperatures under high pressures.
Right. I'm just saying that when you have it at a specific temperature, you're going to have all the atoms in the mercury vibrating at a specific rate. And you're going to have a higher likelihood of that kind of collision, basically, if they're going at a specific rate and at a specific distance between each other. Because also, it's going to expand if it's hot and contract if it's cool. So the distance between the same amount of atoms is going to be different depending on the temperature also.
Right.
So it's just a question of the likelihood of this happening.
Yeah, they really do need to they need to get that cross field path interaction. in order for them to link up like this, as far as the way that I'm seeing this here, we end up
So-
with this omega symbol being created out of the motion of the electron as viewed from a certain perspective, and you could just simply look at the way that it flows around the conductor as being a representation on a 2D plane of this three-dimensional interplay for where this electron tends to have its momentum re-vectored due to the velocity of the extra electric field from the other electron in a different frame of reference.
So, Jeremiah, do you have a decent enough schematic
I
little
do.
drawing that maybe you can briefly screen share to show? I don't want to give it away. You know, this is for you to tell, but the shape of what the motion of the electrons are when they converge. I don't know if you wanted to screen share like a
Yeah,
little drawing you
I'm
did.
going to. So
There are
Yeah,
also
and-
superconducting materials that are only such when they're under super high pressures. So
well,
I don't know.
here's the thing. Get this. Okay, so back in the day, there was this video series called "Energy from the Vacuum," and this researcher, Deborah Chang, I think I'm pronouncing that right. Deborah Chang had found that if she crossed two different carbon nanotube fiber nets together, if she crossed them orthogonally at 90 degrees to each other and had them nice and tight, and she pressed approximately 150 pounds of pressure on the cross-sectional area where they were intersecting, that there will be a negative resistance. And so this was the video that my brain seen, and when it seen it, it said, okay, the way that the electron must move from one carbon nanotube to jump and orthogonally transit to the other carbon nanotube of the other lattice structure for the different thread, it has to take this pathway. And the pathway that it takes is the Om symbol. If you look at the symbol, the pathway that it takes is like a little loop-de-loop in the free space through the vacuum between these 2 points. So I seen it clear as day. It takes this shape. I viewed it 45 degrees orthogonally.
it also kind of looks like a coronal mass ejection.
It does. It's just this very classic shape, and it's just simply the redirection of the electron velocity and its momentum, because it does have a physical mass. And that velocity, its physical mass, keeps it going, so it overshoots the target. Instead of jumping from one carbon conductor to the other, it overshoots, and it has a swing back around. It goes around the outside the long way around this nanotube, and then comes back on the other one, and then lines up with a second electron that was already flowing orthogonally from a different nanotube, and they pair together because their spins were aligned, and they were actually the catalyst that caused each other to be pushed apart. So when they do pair up, they two repair. That's a superconductive action, and they no longer are able to interact within the atomic lattice. They don't have to deal with resistance or the fluctuations of the motion. They're now going to travel as an evanescent wave over the surface of all these atomic nuclei, just over the valence shells, sort of riding the wave as a boundary layer effect. Evanescent wave, like an Alvin wave.
Absolutely. You just hit the nail on the head for me, Jeremiah. Like, huh.
I see it, Gerald.
Your
I see it.
words are as eloquent as I don't even know.
I see it, Gerald.
As a vision from the cosmos, right?
I
It
was
might be a
giving a-
little bit difficult for the viewers without a graphic. but,
Right. I mean, I
Yes,
want
can we
Jeremiah
please
to
do get a
just
graphic, please?
show. I didn't want to give it away. It's for Jeremiah to show what it looks like.
Okay, guys,
God,
here we go.
God is in the fields.
So,
Just
Oh,
show us the
Jeremiah,
drawing.
Let me
Just-
pick this. Let me find him in my text.
Jeremiah,
Yeah.
just before you do that, I'm not trying to, steal whatever. When I was showing my coil, it was right at the moment where you were saying cross section or lattice. So, by all means, man, go for this. I
We
want
need
to
to cross section back to the
darn
lab.
excited.
Yeah, so we got to figure out the exact angle that we need between different sections of the wire. just to make sure that we have the highest likelihood of it happening.
We can wrap it up and try to steer it into this kind of interaction. We can try to steer this and create it so that it radiates out that extra indifference. But this field is accessible. It's like a inexhaustible energy source, I guess you could say. I mean, the electron keeps on spinning around the nuclei. It does not fall in. All these valence shells, they just keep on whirling. Right now, you're made of all of these electrons and these protons and these neutrons and these electrons. They're not pulling in towards the proton. They're oppositely charged. They're attracted to each other, but why don't they ever connect? The force that keeps them from connecting, the force that moderates and modulates their interaction, is a force field interaction. It's an orthogonal force field interaction that's the underlying matrix at the Planck scale, and that's what I'm calling God here. That's where I see God in the fields. God is this field that exists at the Planck scale, at that lattice structure, that is maintaining this interaction so that the whole universe doesn't fall apart, basically. The universe would fall apart without this force.
Can I just come out and say the shape that we all have seen? It's infinity. The motion of the electrons converging and looping around, it creates infinity.
Infinity inside of a gyroscopic motion, creating a sphere.
So my question,
outside of that.
When you have a Cooper pair, do they have the same or opposite spin states when they're orbiting each other, or does that not matter? Do they even have to be alternating at the same rate?
I believe they will be paired opposite, like orthohydrogen. And I think the Cooper pair is probably very analogous to orthohydrogen.
You really hit the toughest questions, Jeremiah, because the standard model cannot explain what you're talking about either. And I was trying to hypothesize that maybe an electron in motion emits a magnetic field that repels it from the proton or something like that, but I don't know. I'm not at that level yet.
Well, are you familiar with a ball-bearing motor?
Right, there it is. That's a perfect example of this extra force. That's a perfect example of exactly how this happens. The ball-bearing motor is a demonstration that this occurs.
Yeah, Eric, I've seen it. Eric Dollar did that.
Is that like the balls on the outside of the circumference of the system itself?
So you have a shaft and you have ball bearings, like the normal kind of metallic ball bearings that you're thinking of, right? Two little discs that have balls between them. And so you have the current that's running through these ball bearings, through the shaft and all the way to the other end. And the interesting thing about it is that when you spin it, it'll just keep accelerating in that direction, but you can start it up in either direction without changing the polarity. It's just whichever direction you start.
I've also heard too, you can run it any direction. It does demand a lot of current to make that motor work. I've seen it work. Eric Dollar's got a video what he did with Chris Parson, and they actually demonstrated that on stage. So it only takes about 6 volts, but it needs about 6 to 10 amps to actually make that ball bearing motor work.
Maybe I should flip this. Yeah, let's do that. All right, so that was the winding machine. Now, I see now that winding machine makes so much more sense. Adam and I had both talked about that. So, this orthogonal motion creates a certain type of shape, a field geometry, when an electron jumps from one point to the other. So let me just flip over to this page here, and let's just see. So I had a vision the other day. I seen this symbol. I seen a repeating series of these symbols, field aligned. In my mind, this vision represented coherent matter. I don't know what the heck that symbol means or what it is. I didn't know at the time, but it is slowly beginning to make a whole lot more sense. and there are just different ways and modes of this type of field interaction. So I'll go on here. So this is the latest, and I'll walk you through this. So here we go. Crazy guy vision, right? If I've got you so far, if you're still here and you want to know about this, crazy guy vision, stay around, because here we go. I'm going to try to explain to you how we can generate this super weird phenomena, a force interaction between electrons using conductors or conventional materials that we already have. And after, I'll tell you the story of how I discovered this and what actually led up to this sort of vision, or this breakthrough, if you will. And I could be wrong. I just want to throw that out there too. I could be totally wrong. I may be incorrect about my analysis of this. I may have not gotten the right conclusions, but here we go. So if we're looking at this thing here as a wire, this is a wire. Looking at its, cross-sectional area, it's facing down in a direction. So we have one wire facing basically like this. And then we have another wire orthogonally placed 90 degrees like this. Now, in this case, these two wires are insulated, and so something interesting is going to happen. So just say that this whole area here, I guess I just will shade it. This is one copper wire. Just want to make it clear. And this is another copper wire we're looking at. Orthogonal coming on. So goes underneath, right? So imagine that we have an electron scooting along the outside edge of this copper wire. There are plenty of protons and neutrons, plenty of nuclei in the crystalline lattice of this wire to carry this single electron that we're going to concentrate on for this example. With a single electron, this is a free electron, a true free electron, meaning that it's not bound in the valence shell of any atom. It does not just simply jump completely coherently from one atom to another. It can easily glide between them. It's just a little bit dislodged. It's a free electron. So it's moving along this wire. It wants to go its merry way and head straight down it along the same path along the bottom side in orientation to this other wire here. But as it does, there happens to be a second electron in this other wire that is crossing orthogonally at 90 degrees. So you have a cross point between these two wires. And right at this cross point here, what's going to happen is the electron flowing down this main wire, it's going to experience the electric field repulsion because of its relativistic velocity. It's moving faster than the constituent protons inside the nuclei of these atoms that are composing this copper wire in this example here. So this nuclei, the electron is going to basically be repelled away from this other free electron in this other conductor, and it's going to take this pathway. As it's moving along, it gets pushed away because this other electron comes in, and it takes this orbital long loop path. The pathway, when looked at from the side, forms this shape. Okay, I drew that horribly. That was absolutely grotesque.
But there's the omega.
You get the idea.
It's a very tiny game of I'm not touching you.
Right. You're looking at it, if you look at it dead on, so if you look at your two wires, basically, perfectly cross field interactions. Let me just try to grab two physical materials here. So if you're looking at them dead on from the side, like that, where the line from the X-acto meets the purple pencil, right? If you look at the path that the electron takes going on the bottom side of the purple pencil to the X-acto knife, it will whirl around the outside of that wire, take a large path, and exit out the X-acto conductor here. So when it does that, it has been redirected. If it does not redirect, then it actually just makes that shape as seen from this view, a single-sided view, and produces this omega shape. Well, this omega shape, it's actually doing this long pathway, this single electron, this charge that has received its acceleration force, the reason for why it has any momentum at all, any motive force to generate electricity, has already been granted that force, and it now is trying to reach its destination, but it can't, because, of course, there's all these other atoms in the way. So it's trying to slowly make its way there through the copper, slow electron drift velocities, that kind of stuff. But these field repulsive forces, they force it to go in this kind of loop. Now, this loop can happen inside of a conductor. This can happen all the way around the outside of a conductor. If these were carbon nanotubes, this would actually go around the outside of the whole nanotube. If this was a copper conductor, this may happen just at a tiny little distance away from the surface of the conductor, and the conductor may be much thicker on the top of the page here. So the basic idea is you've got this motion that the electron takes, trying to chase this second electron as it's being pulled along, and so each electron is kind of like a little ball. It's like a bead on a bead with a hole in it. And imagine that there's like this bead on a string. This electron has this dipole moment. So if we were to try to say put a force like this on this electron, it's got some momentum, some spin momentum, so it's going to take a little bit for it to accelerate, and it will take a strange motion. So instead of, say, just taking a sharp 90-degree curve like that, it might instead take a curve more like this. Or it does a little loop because of its spin, because this has momentum. Well, this little loop, while it's doing this, it takes too much time doing this loop. It should have done this, but it instead this. And when it did it, it opened up a gateway for energy to pour in from the outside. So basically, the electron time, in terms of the amount of time that it experienced, it has to accelerate in order for the moment of inertia and for equilibrium to be maintained in the whole universe. This has to be aligned so that this electron will basically give back its energy. So this electron, as it's doing this little whirligig shape here, it's in a negative energy state. It's in an entropic state. It will steal energy or momentum from the outside in order to try and realign to its new pathway. That's where we basically get this concept that we've been hearing about of this energy vortex. So if we take a look at here, I'm going to tell you how you can do this with carbon. Let's talk about superconductors for a second. So here we have sort of this view of these two conductors. We're looking at the end of a carbon nanotube and the end of a carbon nanotube. Okay, so we're starting out this red line here. This is the electron coming in from the left side along this conductor, but it's facing towards the bottom side. So basically, it's that direction. And then we have this blue line represents the electron that's moving towards us, where this electron is moving away from us. This electron is moving towards us in this bottom conductor, and this is represented by the blue line. And so it's got its electric field pointed right. So what's going to happen is when these two electric fields, if they happen to cross exactly at this point where these wires are closest, if they just happen to intersect at the right angle, they will push an electric field force against each other, the negative potential of these electrons, and they will repel each other so that they won't continuously flow in a straight line down these wires or conductors. They'll be pushed away because they got too close, so they basically bounced off each other's fields. The thing that allowed them to bounce off each other, this is where the Ohm, the God is that I'm talking about in this whole entire architecture.
Oh,
so
double
they
Ohm.
bounce off. One electron on the top carbon goes around the carbon nanotube lattice, and it comes back to the same point on the other side as it's linked with this other electron on the second current carrying conductor. It goes around here. And then when they link up here, they link up together at this point, and now both electrons, the one from this carbon nanotube where the electron was moving away from us, and the one from this carbon nanotube where the electron was moving towards us, they both taken this loop path on opposite sides, and they've linked up together because in this motion, they were able to half spin and Cooper pair right at the surface. And so now they travel together as a Cooper pair along the surface. They no longer need to jump in and out of the lattice structure of the carbon atoms because they are paired together and they have an evanescent field that they are riding on like a bubble.
So this would normally just be considered interference, right?
Right. This interference seems to cancel. We can't really measure it, but this thing can move basically frictionlessly. There's no friction here. There's no kind of any kind of resistance to motion. When these electrons pair up and it jumps from one conductor to the other, we have this negative resistance region, and they're just going to travel down. So what we want to try and do is maximize the number of times that we can make this event happen, where we have two different electrons that are coming from two different conductors along their current path, and that they actually jump from one to the other. They take this pathway, they make this omega symbol, and then they will pair up together and create this superconductive state.
So that's going to be really annoying to tune, because it's going to get more and more out of tune right before you get in tune. So,
Right. So just imagine like if you had a spring, and this is probably the easiest way to imagine how my brain finally backwards interpreted this motion when I was thinking about it earlier today. Just imagine that you take one single loop of a spring that's, you know, fully collapsed, and you like it's one of those stretchy springs, right? So it's already, you know, as close as it can be to itself, each wind, and you pull it apart. Well, if you were to take a sharp bend and try to make one of those bends go 90 degrees, so you'd have one at 45 degrees, think about the pathway of that loop and look at it from the side. That's basically your omega symbol there. That's the path that the electron takes around the outside of the conductor. It's got this orbital momentum, this angular momentum that it has to maintain, and it keeps it, and that forces it to move in orthogonal path. And here its time slows down. So I think this actually affects the lattice structure in such a way that energy from the outside.
It's all about the flow.
So do we want to correlate and bring this back to some experiments that have already been done? Jeremiah, I believe you have already duplicated one of them, Harold, and you're going on to the Cromray next, correct?
Yeah, I'll be testing the Cromray generator, because that thing is a really interesting apparatus. Bedini played with the Cromray generator back in the day. Noticed that it produced a very, very strange phenomena. There was cold air blowing out of the iron rotor. Even though the iron rotor itself was hot, if you were to stop this generator and feel it with your hand, the core piece was hot, but yet there was cold air blowing out the sides. Now, how is that possible? Well, the way Bedini explains it, there's this negative energy vortex. Now, that's a heck of a string of words. I don't know if you want to look at it that way, but the way that I see it is there's a specific atomic motion that happens inside the
Yes, sorry to interject, but it's endotropic and endothermic reaction.
It's entropic and endothermic, right?
Yeah. And that it's this vortex, and it's taking the radiant energy from the environment and then cycling it down through the spiral twister vortex. And for those that haven't seen last month's APEC, where I believe, was it John who went through the twister, what he called the Freemason third degree twister initiation, explaining the vortex powers. It was quite something, and connects exactly into what Jeremiah is describing and talking about.
Oh yeah, just grab myself some for a second. You know, like when I had this crazy vision in my head earlier, I called a bunch of people, and I'm like, I have to tell everybody and see if I'm absolutely, you know, a mind case with all of this information, and I could be totally wrong. I just went out there basically searching for somebody to tell me that I was wrong.
It seems like a series of dots connecting. A series of dots connecting, you know, going all the way back to anyone that's been able to feel their own energy field, to you being skeptical about me being able to feel magnetic fields way past what would be expected, because, you know, fields don't stop abruptly. They lose coherence over space and time. And replicating Harold's experiment, the subharmonics. You didn't actually notice that. I found that curious. They're very present.
I do tell people that I tend not to notice the subtle energies, or at least, so far as being pure in the past.
Normally you notice the mechanism stuff, like subharmonics were so presenting for the duplication of Harold's experiment. I could feel the vibration from the table going all the way down through the legs, through the floor, like 6 feet away. I could feel a vibration on the floor coming up through my feet. And as I got closer to the table where the device was running, it was much more obvious, and that I was feeling subharmonics from the mechanical motion of the disc spinning. And I was wondering if my sensitivity might have been increased in consideration of what you said. You had longer exposure and it affected your mood in a positive way.
It did, yeah. So I was holding the permanent magnet against the rotor there, and I was just playing around with field orientations, trying to find the one that would load the motor down the most. And I'm like, okay, well, these two permanent magnets I have. So basically, the thing that I'm talking about now, for everybody that's listening in, this is a disc. It's got a bunch of magnets strapped to its face. So 12 ring magnets strapped to one side of a disc, and 12 opposing magnets on the exact opposite side of that fiberglass disc. And this is attached to a small DC motor. These ring magnets are whirling around. So it's kind of like the Graviflyer disc that has 6 magnets, but this is 12. So I was just playing around with that. And I was holding a large 3/4 inch by 3/4 inch N42, allegedly N42. It's probably like an N38. Maybe it's even weaker. I don't know what it is. Probably an N38. Neodymium magnet cube. Got it off Amazon. So not super powerful. The fact that I was able to peel it off the rest of the magnets with my hand at all tells me that obviously it's not that powerful, because there's no way I'm superhuman and have the strength to peel off a field like that. Right? It's not super up close. But while I was holding it there, I felt it grab hold of the rotor magnets that were spinning around this disc, as if it had built up a superposition or a connection to the rotating magnets. And this cube magnet in my hands, it felt like it was stuck to the spot, almost as if there was like some spongy double-sided tape there that I was pulling against. So, the 3M invisible wall case, where it felt like he got stuck in this 3M invisible wall, this electrostatic wall, and he had to kind of peel himself out of it. That's the way this force felt. It's like exactly what David was describing in that case when he went to investigate the 3M plant that day. The same types of field force interactions, I think, are taking place here in these permanent magnets. And I think that they have to do with the electron valence shell spins of the permanent magnets interacting with each other and being basically forced to reorient their dipole moments, because their fields are so close to each other that they're basically like trying to magnetize, almost as in to induce eddy currents into the rotor magnets. And so in doing this, it just felt satisfying. It was like something that I'd done before. It was the first time I'd ever done it, but it felt like something that I had done before, done many times before, lifetimes before.
It's like something natural or
Right.
organic. Yeah.
It was incredibly natural. It was incredibly organic. It was just a really, really weird sensation and an experience from something so simple as a bunch of magnets strapped around a disc spinning at, reasonably mild velocities, maybe 5 to 10,000 RPMs. And yeah, I know, holding a 3/4 inch cube neodymium magnet close to something that's going at 5,000 RPMs, even if it is only 3.5 inches to 4 inches in diameter, is probably a kind of crazy thing to do. But hey, science demands interaction. And so I wanted to feel these forces with my hands. I didn't want to just simply explore them mathematically and poke wires at them.
Hey, evolution calibrated those hands over millions of years.
I spent 8.5 years using these hands to calibrate different equipment across the industry, seen 300 different companies. I know how the industry in this entire country works. Seen it all.
Hands are great.
But these hands were calibrated for all that stuff, and in all that experience, they felt something that they'd never felt before. These hands felt a new field interaction that I knew did not make sense. It just did not make sense. It wasn't there before. and I could not wrap my head around what the heck this thing was. There is
I
going on.
finally feel vindicated about feeling magnetic fields interacting with each other for permanent magnets. You know, like I thought I sounded crazy. It's like two permanent magnets in each hand, and they're way far apart from each other. I can still feel the interactions of attraction, repulsion, or reversal. And it doesn't make sense, but there are like these interval nodes where they continue to interact and they just lose coherence over distance.
There are
And
people who have implanted in their fingertips magnets so they can more strongly feel fields. And apparently it's kind of plug and play for your brain, where it just immediately adapts to it and you intuitively understand it.
are you saying people do this manually, like they?
Yeah, they'll surgically implant little magnets into their fingers. This is an
That's
actual thing.
wild. Wow.
Yeah. Biohackers are weird.
I play with fields every day, and I can testify that what Jeremiah is saying is absolutely true. And the right fields you can feel at all times. And at the right frequencies, they help heal you. What they do is they activate your healing ability in your body, and then your body takes over for that healing process. So what Jeremiah's onto is, it's profound.
A
Well,
while
strong
back,
enough to move it,
one
but-
of the people that were commenting about time, possibly slowing down. I'm sorry, it was a while back, but that made me think of
Was it Adam, Space Case Zero?
No, it was someone else. But it made me think of the Cromray experiment, in which it pumped out cold air from the magnets. And me and Jeremiah were speculating if there was some kind of superconductivity going on with the electrons and time being slowed down and the electron's spin state actually changing to create this phenomena with the magnetic fields interacting and putting out this cold air.
Yep, and I think that the loss in the momentum in a forward direction, Brownian motion, just remember, is nothing but velocity. So when we think of heat, we are thinking of velocity. Brownian motion is the velocity that a particle has under nominal conditions as it has reached equilibrium with the surrounding environment. And so when particles are moving faster, they bounce off each other more often. That you could say is a frequency in terms of the period of time between interactions. But each time they interact, there is this little exchange of momentum between these particles. And so this is what gives us heat. Well, if we could say control the exact motion, so the things that give us heat is actually the electron shells. The electrons are what give us heat. And we know this for sure to be true because heat that we feel in terms of thermal is something hot, is something cold. It's acting through the electrons. And we can tell this to be true for sure because we can take electron beams and we can use them to actually heat up or cool down an object. So say, for example, I can create positive ions, a stream of positive ions in a low pressure environment, evacuated environment, and send them towards a cathode plate, a negatively charged plate that has an excess of electrons. Well, let's say that plate is hot and I want to cool it down on a conveyor line. Well, the way that I'm going to cool that item down on the conveyor line is by heating it with a bunch of positive ions and having it negatively charged so that the electrons that are in it will actually take their momentum, the thermionic motion of all the little vibrations that are transmitted through the free electrons in the structure, whether it's a dielectric or a conductor. And I'm going to use positive ions to neutralize the surface charges so that they don't show up anymore. And I'm going to steal the energy away.
So
with this, I can basically cool down a part almost instantaneously on a conveyor line. This is called electrostatic heating, electrostatic cooling. It is a thing. You can look up the patent numbers for it. There are plenty of patents, plenty of devices that have been made and are actually in deployment and being used today in various specialty applications in industry.
as well as in in all of the major electrolysis hydrogen systems, it's a major component of it as well. And what they claim is something impossible, so they claim to debunk it with it, but really it's the negentropy and the endothermic reaction, taking radiant energy from the environment and not actually creating something out of nothing. It's just a higher dynamic dimensional energetic system.
So I think there might be some resistance to this technology because, like, if you look at not coronal mass ejection. Yeah, when it loops, the problem is that when it pinches, and then it gets accelerated because suddenly it has the same charge as everything that's right below it. Basically, it's just very easy to weaponize, is the thing. So there's that.
Well, we can't be doing that then.
Well,
Only with
you might-
love and flowers, all
well,
right?
There's also
you might
ways of
want
building
that
it.
for like mining and stuff like that, though. That's the thing. It's just
But
the difference between a mining laser and a not mining laser is, how you use it.
Mr. Mike, Faraday Research, would you like to share some of your work there you're putting up for a second? Oh, Mike, we got you there?
It looks cool, whatever it is.
Sorry.
Oh, you're muted, Mike. You're muted. There
Yeah, I
we go.
was muted. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, anybody who follows me knows that I decided to step out of my element a little bit and investigate the 200-year-old plus design of a Stirling engine. So Robert Stirling developed it in 1812, and actually NASA's been working on this since 1977. They've had a working model that's been working nonstop, continuously for 14 years with no maintenance whatsoever. So they're planning to use this type of generator on spacecraft, satellites, anything that can run off a heat source. They can use the nuclear battery to create heat, and that heat will convert into the Stirling engine. The actual process is called thermoacoustics. That's the proper terminology for this type of motor. So what I've done is purchased on Amazon a chainsaw motor. So you got the block there, you got the piston inside, it's got the whole bottom end. So to make this work, I have to block off the intake and the exhaust, which is underneath. Block those off, and then I'll be building the heater off the side here. That's going to go through the hole where the spark plug goes. So you heat that up to about 240 C, creates that high temperature pressure inside the tube, forces it into the cylinder, and forces the piston down. This area here is the cold side. So as it goes down to bottom dead center, right now it's at top dead center. When it goes to bottom dead center, the air inside now contracts or cools and goes back into the hot end of the cylinder, and then it's heated up again and then forced back down, and the process just continues over and over and over again, creating mechanical motion. So I got a pulley hooked up. I got a little generator, 24-volt DC generator. Just working on the mock-up right now. So yeah, so in the next couple of weeks, hopefully we'll get this thing running for the first time. So I'll just give you just kind of a run around. We got the flywheel. So I wanted to make a project that everybody can make. These parts are readily available. Home Depot, Amazon, all this stuff, the pulley, the motor generator, the chainsaw engine, all of it was bought on Amazon. So I wanted to build something that everybody at home can build and put it together and build it. So that's where I'm at. Guys have any
Just
questions?
out of curiosity, can you put the wheel on a vertical axis?
You can put it in any orientation you wish, but because the hot end's here, you're going to want to put your heat source below, and that's the advantage of this motor. It will take any heat source, gas, alcohol, wood, any thermal, even parabolic mirrors. Guys were using parabolic mirrors, focusing it on the hot end, and the motor runs. So
What
this
is the
engine is,
RPM you can reach?
it all depends on your design. I'm finding the ones that the throw of the piston, if it's shorter, they'll usually run faster. I've seen guys run their motors up to over 3,000 RPM.
Okay.
So you can,
Yeah, because
So
I was thinking of doing an experiment similar to yours, but using a circular saw. You put it on a vertical axis and you make the saw spin. We should measure a weight loss of 100 grams, according to my calculations. And maybe we can do the same with your apparatus right there.
yeah, you can always test that out. Because it's all in the design. Like from what I've understood with these motors, the further that the piston has to travel, the slower it is. So the shorter the piston travel, the faster of an RPM you can achieve.
Okay.
So
yeah, because
so
I
this
think
one,
3,000 RPM are sufficient to measure something.
I think so. Yeah. Like I have a small one. Hold on, I'll bring it out here. I bought this little demonstrator on Amazon as well. You can pick them up for like $40, $50 as these ones here. And I've actually done a bunch of load tests with this, and it would say like this thing's tiny, like extremely small. And I was able to achieve almost a half a watt of power.
Okay. Yeah, because can you share your email address? Because
Yep.
more details.
Yeah, I'll give you guys my personal email. So if you have any direct questions, you can send it to me. It's Spyman, SPYMAN 911 at gmail.com.
Sorry, Spyman.
Yeah, SPYMAN 911 at gmail.com.
Okay, 2 times 911.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'll just.
So that's my direct email that I use mostly.
Okay, I just send
So
you.
yeah, now that we got Adam here, Adam has a fantastic Discord server where all the minds on Bob Greenyer's channel have come together and looked at exotic vacuum objects and trying to understand their geometries. And then I had this crazy vision and this experience of seeing this field shape of the ohm and the which are different things. They're different things. So with that wild experience, like Adam was one of those guys who instantly got it. I knew he was going to. So was Wayne. Wayne immediately understood, I think, the field interactions and the orthogonal nature of those fields. Wayne is extremely intelligent. He's got a mind to learn, and he's always looking. You know, there's not a lot of voices in his head distracting him from all too much, but he is distractible, and his biggest thing that he needs to work on is he's got to tackle his distraction. He's got to control that whole, hey, there's a squirrel. So if he can get that down, he's got it.
My
Wayne is
ADHD.
a genius, and he's absolutely made breakthrough discoveries on multiple occasions. First guy that I've ever seen to notice some of these things, because like they're little subtle effects, right? They're tiny effects. Most people would ignore these things. They wouldn't have seen them, but it turns out that they follow this curve. They follow a curve every single time. And the same curve we see again and again and again in all of these different experiments. It's a universal field function. It's an interaction between two different frames of reference due to the charged particle's velocity and exact motion. And so,
Jeremiah,
go ahead.
I got a question for you. When you're doing the experiment, you said your total mood changed, and
I said what? I told what?
Like your mood changed.
Oh yeah, it felt like something that was fun to do. It was like being a baby playing with like a toy set or something. You know, you just felt invulnerable. There was no judgment. There was just this wonderful feeling of something super weird going on, and my brain could not understand what that thing was, that field force.
Right.
Now that I have it in my head, once I experienced it, I can viscerally imagine it as if it's happening right now, as if I'm holding that magnet right up to that rotor. I know what that field force is. I know what it feels like. It's like a suction. It's like a vortex.
And for me, I notice the subharmonics a lot more than I normally would have, and I don't know if that is a part of like a larger net effect.
It's almost as if the magnet on the rotor of that ring with all those little magnets around the outside edge, it's almost as if those magnets were like golf clubs, and like the electron is the golf ball in the big cube magnet close to that rotor. As it gets close and it starts to interact, right? And it's like this magnet comes swinging around one of the 12 on that side that it's closest to, because it's a dual-sided rotor, so I wanted to oppose the forces on both sides, so it's off balance, right? So anyways, yeah, you get the field interaction, and
there's because like with my Renegade, you know, sorry, I was going to say with my Renegade, I got about 3/4 of a kilowatt of power going through the transducer, and the coil's over 2.5 pounds, and I got that rotor spinning at about 2,000 RPM. And I notice if I go near the machine and I'm not feeling good or whatever, I turn it on for about 10 minutes, and my total feeling, how I feel, it changes. The state, how I feel is, I feel like it's like a cure almost, where my energy level comes back, and it's you have to experience it, and so you know what I'm talking about.
You have to experience it. And again, for everybody that's listening, this is a critical factor. You have to experience this thing. If you want to understand what it is that we're talking about here, and if it seems like something that's just out of reach for you, and you're feeling like this is something that you just can't quite obtain, you absolutely can. There's a weird interaction between two permanent magnets. Just grab yourself 2 magnets and put them at angles where they're neither attracting nor repelling, and try to feel the forces between them. You know, move them past each other very quickly. Feel the sticky molasses sap-like force between these magnets. Feel the difference in that electron spin precession of the orbital rotation for the electron valence shells around all those atoms inside that physical magnet that you're holding in your hands, because when you feel the way that they move and you feel this extra force that doesn't seem to obey the principles that you were taught and that you should know very well from your school textbooks and from your electrical engineering class, when you feel this extra force, it's going to wake you up. Your brain will say, this is a real thing I am experiencing right now with my own hands.
I mean, that's what happened to me when I was playing with the permanent magnets. It actually really revved up the energy in my body as well when I was discovering these exterior interval node points of interacting areas. Is like the field actually does keep expanding. It just loses coherence over distance.
Right, exactly. The number of connection points become weaker and weaker.
Right, but you can still feel at certain intervals that interaction going on.
So I'll tell you something interesting, and this is going to sound super weird. You'll take this with a grain of salt. Please, everybody listening, take what I'm about to tell you with a grain of salt or a pound of salt. I don't care. Okay, so I experienced something very, very strange. And it was this field interaction between the moving magnets on the rotor and the stator. I tried this 2 different ways. First way, I tried it, I felt the interaction. Imagine that you took a 1 1/2 inch wide tool mounting disc magnet with like that V groove kind of for the Phillips screw to attach it just to the wall, or some piece of wood to hold your tool, right? So 1 1/2 inch wide, one of those things, 3 millimeters thick. I mounted that to a motor. I spun it at some 15 to 20,000 RPMs. Now this is where I got to bring Harold in, because I wish he was here tonight. I really wish I could have got a Harold on the StreamYard. He's the guy that actually came across this. He's got videos that show that it works. After I seen his video, he told me something funny, and I'll tell you guys a story. It's a good story to hear. It's kind of funny. And so I'm going to do a terrible job impersonating him, but I'll do it for the sake of comedic entertainment. And he said this to me. Jeremiah, when you get into this and you actually experience this force, it's going to suck you in. So it did suck me in, this force, whatever this thing was, this weird interaction.
Jeremiah got sucked
curious.
in.
It's like
the
the
vortex
magnet
field.
taught me the motion. I could feel the vibrations in the magnet and the way that my fingers interpreted them to my brain in terms of how the magnet was moving. I could feel this shape, this vibration that I've been describing. It looks like a figure 8 from a certain angle.
Oh dear, we have Nancy Hutchinson's.
You've got to be kidding. Let her
Mobius.
in. Let her in.
No, I'm just saying the Mobius coil, not that she's here.
Oh, never mind.
We're thinking out there and the Mobius coil.
Jeremiah, I did find that comment I was talking about that might need further explanation. This was from a while. This was from a while back, and I apologize. But Decoded, you said, does the time slow down or does the spin rate increase momentarily, leading to collapse and manifest, which results in the jump from one conductor to the other? And I think this was back when we were talking about the Crom ray experiment. And
yeah, well, it's all related, right? Because the same motion takes place at the block wall. So the block wall, however you want to say it, I have no idea how to properly pronounce this.
Oh dear.
H wall between the magnetic poles. If you just have a single magnet that has a north on one side and a south on the other, and it's the shape of a cylinder, and it's long and narrow, there's a point in the middle. The point in the middle between the north and the south pole, as we label them, we call this Bach's wall. This wall is the neutral point where a ferromagnetic material will be equally attracted to either side of the magnet. And so when something is in that exact position, basically it gets pulled directly towards the center, and that is where the magnet is basically pulling in its net energy from the outside. This is the point of orientation that affects the cosmos and the surrounding cosmic lattice most directly, is at that wall, right at the center between those 2 poles, because you've got so many orbits on both sides that are all spinning, creating the moving motional electric field through physical 3-dimensional space-time. And all those fields added together into the total summated H field, they create this magnetic field that we just see as a pushing or a pulling force, attractive or repelling force on the outside. But there's a space between them where the balance of forces is exactly equal. And in that zone, this thing is basically neutralizing and pulling in outside energy to maintain that constant electron orbital velocity. And in its structure, it has to polarize the space around it to continuously be magnetized. So if you disrupt it at all, if you disrupt that structure, it's going to spring back violently. And you can capture that event, that spring back. Some people
more than one way.
Some people call it back EMF. Some people call it reverse current. What it really is, in terms of the physical manifestation of our reality in physics, is the electrons weigh something, they have momentum, they're moving through the wire, and they have velocity. Around certain conductors like carbon and graphene, especially carbon nanotube wire, they have an extremely high velocity, and so they're zipping across the surface, and their relativistic velocity produces a different electric field. That electric field is not relativistically balanced at all. Like if you go and just look at the simple energy, mass energy equivalence, right? This thing is moving at high speed. So just looking at relativity, it should tell you this particle is not going to experience the same field forces. So Einstein and Descartes tried to get together at the end of their careers. They tried to unify the quantum electrodynamics with general relativity, and they wanted to bring these things together, these concepts. But they were having a whole lot of trouble because there was this dastardly figure there. And today we call it mu zero and epsilon zero. These are the gauge factors. This tends to be the rebound speed of the physical lattice itself. This is how fast it likes to spring back to its previous position. So it's very, very fast. It's also lossless, of course, but it springs back. So when you distort the lattice structure, it's going to try to reproduce that field and carry it out by slightly shifting its dipole moment, and that will be transmitted in terms of a gradient at the inverse square of the distance. It will die off in its field strength and intensity. So that basic configuration where if you're twice as far away from an object that's gravitationally attracting you, you're only feeling 1/4 of the force. That's the inverse square principle. This is basically how these field forces interact through this lattice structure, because they get bent more and more towards the source of the distortion, but they die off and they give this curve that we call the speed of light. Well, guess what? That speed of light is variable because this curve is a constant within that lattice. So you can disrupt the lattice in a certain way by pinching multiple points together so that they have no place to go, and you create something called a superluminal wave. A pinch point where two waves try to occupy the same space and move in different directions, and the electrons take a little too long to interact with each other in this physical circuit. It must be a physical circuit. This is not a conceptual mathematical model. The electrons must physically interact. When they do this interaction, they're going to couple with each other, and they are going to transfer momentum from one spin orbital of the lattice structure of conductor A towards conductor B that is at a orthogonal angle. And when they transfer that spin momentum, there will be an energy gap because they took too long, and actually thermionic motion of the electric field, basically the space-time itself, it'll twist and polarize like a bunch of little compasses filling the space to suck the energy in so that it can be equally neutral and maintain the conservation of momentum for that electron that just took too long of a pathway because it did some weird geometric motion through the conductor's atomic lattice structure. I'm sorry, I know it's a lot. I'm trying to
I think the one thing people might not get is a lot of people don't know you're talking about the magnetic permeability and electric permittivity of empty space. You said the mathematical things. I don't know how many people know that.
Well, yeah, you know what? It would be awesome if you wouldn't mind explaining to these folks, because you played around with this stuff too, and like a huge part of this journey and coming to this point and having this conclusion that it turns out there's actually a way to grab hold of this weird field and use it for something useful. Like now, basically, the doorway is open. I'm not this call today, this whole entire stream that I tried to bring everybody together, and like I had some crazy idea that I wanted to
we're going to
out there
continue
and
with
document it, right? So I brought this out
Exactly.
to you guys because I had this crazy idea, and I just had to spread it out there and make it stick, at least in some way, to see if somebody's going to tell me this is wrong, because
Oh, it's so right.
Seems
And
like
Well-
it makes sense, and everybody that's heard it so far that gave me feedback told me it made sense. So either it's confirmation bias right now, and I'm waiting for anybody. Please do tell me.
Well, I don't take this the wrong way, Jeremiah, but I love you, brother, because you just explained everything that's going on with my coils in such detail. It's amazing. Like, if you look at half the videos and what you just described in detail, you can see my coils are actually made with an orthogonal angle. The blotch wall, that's in the center of the coils that I use. That's how they work. You're freaking amazing, brother. I just got to say
You've
that.
got the two sides of the coin, right?
I just have to
Home?
interject quickly. I will be bringing up a bunch of Walter Russell diagrams before this is all said and done, because since the beginning, or since you started drawing your diagram, I have to show you a bunch of his that relate exactly to what you're talking about, and what he also describes as like the God and creation of within the energy and geometry of space-time and all of it, and the metaphysical aspects of this sacred geometry, and why certain geometries, symbols, sounds, frequencies are sacred to begin with.
Well, I can say this. On the last APEC, I can't remember the name of the gentleman that did the presentation, but he was talking about Thomas Bearden's electric fields and scalar fields. And it prompted me to put out the rest of my video series that's coming up. I'm going to have to double it up, though, just to get it out, because Jeremiah, wow. Just to show the things that you described in experimental form. I was trying to get to it, but dude, you're just such a genius. I love it. You know what I mean? So
I do
yeah.
know what you mean. I mean, like it's a great place to be, right? To consider these ideas, because here's this thing, this universal force, this phenomenal secret interaction that's been underneath our noses the entire time, this extra field geometry. And if we can just make a charged particle like an electron or a proton or a neutron take this motion through physical space, we can get this effect out of it. And it's like a gift from God. It feels nice when you're working with it. I mean, and viscerally, just the experience of physically holding onto these parts or being around the machine, it feels nice. It's an amazing thing. I told you that one coil that you had, that feel-good coil, that's why I called it that. I said, I bet you when I experience that, it's going to unlock this thing for me. Well, you know what did it? It was Harold Tavares. He did it. He found this field interaction with permanent magnets using neodymiums. I used cheap, off-the-shelf Amazon permanent magnets to try it and felt this field force. He's actually getting propulsive forces already. Like, the force is there. It's very obvious in his videos. I've done frame-by-frame analysis. It's absolutely there. He's got it.
And Jeremiah, are you willing to say that you can start to sort of feel your own subtle energies now? You sort of unlock that block?
Well, now it's just a matter of learning to attune to them, right? Because that force vortex, it's just a different way of thinking about forces. I had been ignoring anything that was orthogonal to the direct input. You know, from the ego perspective, if I push forward, the only force I want to feel is a direct vector arrow pushing back against what I'm pushing on, right? In the exact opposite direction. That's what I expect to feel. I'm not used to feeling forces that are sideways when I push forward on something. If I feel a sideways force, something weird is going on. Well, that's what's happening here with these systems. Why? Because one set of magnets is moving. It's in a moving frame of reference. And the other set of magnets is stationary, or the other singular magnet that I'm holding in my hands is stationary, right? It's the stator. So the field interaction between the magnets that are in motion are in a different reference frame than the magnet that is stationary to the observer, which is me. Obviously, I'm holding it with my hands. And the field interaction between these two reference frames creates a different type of force that is not predicted, and it happens to be caused by the extra length or the pathway that the electron takes moving through free space around the atoms inside the structure of whatever material the magnet is made of.
Do you think this helped unlocked some ability for you to perceive or sense in a new way? Because, you know, we have discussed over the years how to sense things in different ways
Oh yes,
that you
it
weren't
did.
picking
It
up
did.
on.
This unlocked a sense that I knew was there. I've been talking to many people about it. I talked to Adam about trying to unlock the sense. I was really like going for it. I've talked to Gabriel about unlocking this sense, who happens to be now finally here. I've talked to Gerald about unlocking this sense. I've talked to you about unlocking this sense. I knew that there was something there that that I just hadn't quite captured. I've talked to Andy. I've talked to Simon. I've talked to Adam. You know, a bunch of people about unlocking this sense, right?
Capturing that dimensional intuitive sense, right? Like Jack Sarfati, straight. He like almost got angry when you called him a mathematical genius. He's like, I am an intuitive genius, and it's like that is like truly the truth of like the true genius. It's like you connect in and you just connect into this intuitive seventh or eighth or ninth dimensional sense.
It's
it's
being comfortable with
right?
being locked into the flow. You know, there's many modes of flow for different people, but the organic flow, the way that things seem to move along, some people aren't comfortable with that because it isn't as analytical. And I think for today, it's revolutionary if Jeremiah can begin to feel in that way, that sense.
And the funny thing is, like, I think that all of us have felt this before. We've all felt this weird force. If you push on something, it should push back in the opposite direction. That's the way that you're used to feeling it. But there are weird scenarios where in your life you can remember moments where you pushed on something and it pushed back in a different direction from the side that you weren't expecting. Pay attention to those moments. That's where this force is. That's the boundary layer at the Planck scale of this field matrix, pushing back and correcting itself.
And
that force that you're
it's
feeling.
not just external, it's internal, and it's an interaction between the individual and everything else around us. So you can also feel this within yourself and connected to other things. So
I've got a neat
Yeah.
exercise to teach people how to grab a hold of these energies and start feeling them.
right. Yes, most people actually adapt pretty quickly. But if you're in a certain mode, it might not be as easily recognizable. So I find it curious that Jeremiah conducted this experiment and then was able to unlock in his mind and then through his body, and now is able to sense in a way he was not able to before. So that's what I find very curious here.
Well, most of the time, when you get a huge overload of something, like my high voltage wand that pulls in charge clusters from the sky, when it's so much energy it's physically painful, you know what it feels like, and it's really hard to forget. So the moment you start feeling this stuff, it's easy to connect. But like the exercise I read about was take your finger, your index finger, and run it around the little triangle of flesh between your index finger and your thumb on the opposite hand, and run it around in a circle with your attention at the tip of your finger. You do that for 3-5 minutes, then you pull your finger back away, but you keep your attention circling. And often, most of the time, people can feel it still moving. Move your attention somewhere else. You can feel it moving through your body. It's a touch and feel thing for a lot of people to learn how to start moving this stuff around, how to start sensing it, and how to start pushing the energy around. It's a fascinating thing, but it's not that hard to start. But, you know, convince Jeremiah he has to sit there for 5 minutes and play with that when he's got better things to be doing. But the moment this machine starts doing something, because I built a copy of his with the spinning magnets, and I was not expecting it to make so much noise. Because the thing is, I built it with a solid motor and everything bolted down, and the thing screams. It's an overwhelming experience. You play with two magnets at 90 degrees in your hand, there's something different doing it several thousand times a minute or several hundred times a second. You're going to get something entirely different out of that machine. Everybody else is muted. Where did they go?
I'm sorry. I'm on my phone, so I have to go back and forth looking at comments. I think Mindful Exposures was asking if Jeremiah and I were playing around with telepathy, and I just want to state that it just happens all the time, that we don't even really seem to notice it anymore. Jeremiah, do you want to have any input on that?
Yeah, the whole telepathic thing kind of became second nature. Actually, it became a problem at one point because it was so strong that, like, the fears and the paranoia were affecting each other. We were intellectually quantum locked, if you will, and affecting each other's minds to the point where our fears were sort of running over, and we both had to deal with the other person's BS. We're like, that's not a problem. Come on, get out of your head, right?
It's more like we couldn't stay out of each other's heads. We were locked in.
So we had
Right.
to learn how to, like, deal with this constant noise and just accept the fact that, hey, there are pieces of information being exchanged through physical space-time between us. They're happening probably at a very, very tiny scale between neurosynapse connections. And if you look at the end of a synapse, Simon would certainly know, there's this ancient device. Man, I wish I had an image for that now. I don't. But Space Case knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, that thing that Simon was showing, right?
Oh,
That
yeah,
shape.
I can
Like,
put it on my.
tell me that does not look like a neurosynapse. So I think that those produce these types of waves, and that they are transmitted out, and they affect space-time, and they allow the human brain to do something truly phenomenal, which is, there it is. So, yep, so that shape. You see, it's like a parallel plate capacitor. It's like a loop antenna. It's also like a neurosynapse. Why do you think all those things are related? If you map out the direction on a 2D plane for how the electron actually moves and bounces back and forth over time, and you give yourself another dimension to move through, you will see the omega symbol. It emerges from that motion.
So some people in the comments are talking about if sex is a factor in telepathy, and I would say that, of course, if you're connecting with someone on a physically intimate level, and also intellectually, and per se, even spiritually, existentially, however you would like to term it, it does create this link that would make way for, yes, stronger telepathy. It just, it depends on who you pair up with. When you're with someone, if there's a type of connection that will work or won't work. So I've been pretty good about bumping into people in my life where it's like, I know that there's something there, in the course of my life. And so, not to be too personal, but yes, sex is a factor in creating a connection and a bond, and a rapport for telepathy to be a thing. Sorry, that was a mouthful.
I think that's kind of funny because I've had telepathy with a lot of people over my life. The only person I've ever had sex with couldn't at all, didn't work. I think it's more about just how much time you spend with them. But a lot of couples I know are linked really well together.
Yes,
anyway.
It really comes down to how well do you know yourself, and because that's going to help you be able to identify the other that you can connect to. And then that's where everything expands from. And I see in the comments that, yes. Thank you, Mindful
Okay,
Exposures.
so can I say something critically important to kind of close this loop?
Yeah.
Let me
yes.
bring the omega back around. You know what the big key is there? Why the omega happens in the first place? Why there's the bounce, the rotation, and then the realignment? You have these stages. Why does the omega symbol propagate due to the pathway of an electron moving over the surface of a wire as part of an evanescent wave? Take this pathway, this shape viewed from the side. Well, that geometry itself, you can basically interact at different angles and receive different types of effects. So if we wanted to get into the weird alchemy side of things, the interaction angles between the field geometry would potentially give us the ability to control what matter likely was produced and what formats of matter were stable when basically their electrons were stripped off. Supposing we could get some matter in the state of being completely electron depleted, and we could play around with its protons, right? So this is how we would transmute things from one form to another. We would basically strip them off by using this orthogonal motion to catalyze removal of all the electrons and make ourselves a slurry of perfectly formatable material that we can fission, fusion, or repolarize alchemically to whatever we want it to be. Then we give it its electrons back after we have everything balanced out nicely thermodynamically in terms of the number of protons and neutrons for each constituent nuclei that are all bouncing around and quite unhappy that they don't have any electrons. And so we reintroduce them, and now we have new matter. We've transmuted an element. It's possible to do. It's possible to do. This is not super science fiction, Star Trek stuff. Well, I guess it kind of is Star Trek stuff, right? This is like the replicators. But we could use these field interactions to
absolutely
make matter out of nothing, out of a vacuum energy that already exists, right? So it's pretty impressive stuff when we start to talk about these weird vortex magnetic field interactions.
And something else, I don't know if it's been explicitly stated, we're talking about electrons here, but this shape is what matters. You can do this with acoustics. You can do this in all kinds of different ways, moving fluids, however you want to do it. And there's so many systems out there that use this in so many different formats.
Right, exactly. Yeah, you just see this again and again and again. Like, could the ancients have figured this out? Could they have seen this symbol? Well, obviously they did see this symbol, and that's why we have it today.
It's all over their artwork. Bob Grenier showed us that. It's everywhere. They obviously knew how this stuff.
Shout out Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project and all that Bob Grenier is doing. Sadly, I believe he is sleeping right now. Really? I had not heard about that.
Yeah.
Wow.
His last post.
What did he say? What did I miss?
Bob Grenier's email account got shut down. His bank said it was some sort of third party. They still don't know who shut it down, but they said it's illegal for them to turn it back on. So his Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project account, I don't think his personal account, but one for his organization, is they shut it off. So somebody didn't like what he was doing.
Wow.
I suspect it's because he was making internal combustion engines burn clean with oxygen out, which gets rid of the whole global warming scenario. So I imagine somebody was unhappy at him.
Yeah.
That
so
also goes
can
to
anyone reach it?
over-efficiency. Sorry, Liminal, to cut you off, but to finish what Space Case is talking about, when it creates that extra oxygen in the exhaust, it creates over-efficiency because that reaction, you can feed the exhaust back into the combustion, and now you're feeding more fuel, extra created fuel, back into the hydrogen combustion, and getting this over-efficiency / over-unity from just getting that oxygen back into it.
Right. So this little coil here, I don't know if you can see this, is made up of tiny little coils. So it's a center conductor with wire wound around it. I know this is two different size wires, which it should be the same size. A guy named
Not
Rover.
necessarily. I know what you're doing. That's awesome stuff. I've got several like this.
So a guy named Rover out of England somewhere told me about this years ago. And I think it's absolutely fascinating because now I know how it works. And he told me how to test it, but it never worked. When I had a resistor on the input and the output, then I seemed to get more energy out of it than I put in. But I never tested it the way Jeremiah has just explained how it worked. This is an easy way to implement this sort of thing because you've got how many 90-degree interactions with that coil? It's the whole thing. Anyway, so sometime here soon.
And it's circular field within a circular field within a circular field. You have a toroid within a toroid within a toroid.
Right, this was just about 3 foot long, so I wrapped it up just to be convenient. But like, I guess it might help that way.
I mean, you know those crop circle interpretation videos by Romanowski? Super weird videos, right? He kind of rotates them around in axes as if they were, conductors, and he somehow manages to generate these flying spirals and coils, right? Fields within fields, nested, showing how you have to arrange these fields in order for them to interact. So I've made assemblies like that felt weird to be around. I tried to detect them with everything that I could. I put compasses there. The compasses were freaking the heck out. I put electric field probe there, measured the electric field from electrons flying through the air around this plate through magnetic field flux orthogonally following the Quincy Sinclair photon spacecraft patterns and stuff. So it's a weird sensation to be around. It feels like something's going to happen, but then nothing ever does. I did not set it up to actually measure the force. I just simply set it up to wonder if it could break the space-time locally enough to bend the thermionic motion into the visible region. And so I didn't get to that point where I got a visible light interaction where I could see it with my eyes, but that's what I was going for. It's kind of like, putting the pedal to the metal, going for the strongest field possible, trying to get that really visceral force that emerges out of space-time and is something that you can sort of play with, Play-Doh, silly putty.
In this regard, when doing the experiments, I'm wondering if you record using like UV and infrared filters.
I do use both those, and I have not played around too much with trying to find the fields using those yet, but I just got my 50 pack of lenses in, so I'm going to be putting together a special array.
Right, this is some real science right there that I suspect we will start getting some otherworldly dimensional results possibly of what manifests out of infrared and ultraviolet, and these it's what people need to wrap their heads around is that those two wavelength spectrums and colors are, as you're exponentially decreasing in wavelength size and increasing in wavelength size and going into the 99% or is it 97% of the light spectrum that humans cannot see, and that all the legend stories of these different dimensional energy beings and plasmas and plasmoids and what's the word of the ghosts, exoplasm potential interactions, what you're going to capture with that. I definitely look forward to what you do, Jeremiah.
Yeah, basically just trying to bend that thing into a way that makes sense.
You remind me, I've got a camera.
Well, I'm talking about like the red infrared with the supposed demons that are recorded on that spectrum, and then the ultraviolet where it's like supposedly the aura and things like that. and to shift it back to like the original discussion of when you stay awake for several days and that like you start seeing the shadows and whatnot, but your pupils become super dilated. Do you actually start seeing more and experiencing more sounds, more light, more wavelengths that extra dimensional entities or energies could possibly be in or transferring from?
Well, that was a lot to digest. So I guess you could think of it this way: if the giving field that I call God is this sustaining, field that exists at the playing scale, and it's sort of that spongy layer of field forces at the nodes of the cosmic lattice structure, and I'm calling that thing God, then I suppose the thing that would oppose it would be something that's trying to separate from it. So you could look at that as the opposite side, sort of the machine code, soulless, danger, unpredictable. Doesn't operate like us, doesn't think like us, doesn't work like us, right? So on the opposite side of the spectrum, you've got this other very different type of motion and force interaction. And it could be that sort of like when you have that ohm symbol, you have your omega path motion from the electron that you started with from the wire that was on your left and it was moving away from you. Well, that interacted with the electron that started from your left that was moving towards you on the other wire. And so there was a mirror force on the opposite side. And I guess you can think of that sort of like the opposite side of what this maintaining force is, which is this is the correction force. This thing has to exist so that the physical volume of space-time is always in equilibrium to keep the conservation of energy and the conservation of momentum constant and to basically maintain velocity of light. So the number of nodes between physical particles, like the distance that the electron valence is from the nuclei of the atom, there should be a certain quantity of nodes between those 2 points that maintain it under normal conditions. Well, if you can reduce or increase the quantity of nodes between those points, that's the warp field dynamics of bending space-time that I'm poking at here. And the way that you get access to those fields is by orthogonal electric field interactions, because for some reason, these nodes, when they spin, they've got this momentum. They like to share information with each other, and they pull on other points that are around them. And so you get this displacement that takes a longer period of time, and it's like slowing down time. So you're redshifting effectively into this thing. It's absorbing the energy. And it's converting that energy into electron momentum to revector that thing into the correct direction. It just simply took too long. And the time between, well, energy flowed in, so its exit velocity is probably going to be a lot higher than it's supposed to be. And of course, it's going to be paired, like a superconductor. So that exit velocity, I mean, this is free energy right there. I mean, you're talking about stupidly fast signals that travel down a wire in ways that we can't even detect with semiconductors. We would not see these types of waves if we tried to look for them on the oscilloscope, but we can see the signatures of these waves in terms of the interactions between field coils that pick them up, because they slow the waves down enough due to the inductance where we actually get propagations of the net sum difference, and we see those waveforms on the oscilloscope. Did I totally confuse everybody? I'm sorry.
No, I'm just comprehending and processing what you are saying, good sir. And it's profound.
I was thinking about an archaeological find where they found something like Rober's angle wire, the wire with a wire spiral around it, on a nano scale in the jungles of Brazil in an archaeology dig. This was from some ancient device that had fallen apart.
Really? Because I've
ago.
heard of those in Siberia, as well as Praveen Mohan has shown them in India as well. Right? Like
I
there
think
are
I know
these.
what they're for now.
They're essentially loop antenna and fractal ray waveguides energy
But now we
device,
know what they
correct?
were doing with it. They were making energy.
Absolutely, they had it.
Yeah, or
Not only
coherent
that,
to a certain resonance.
I believe that you can build individual coils that will manipulate individual atoms at resonance for that particular coil because of the way that this tech works.
That is the way I understand it, Gerald, 100%. And the more you guys discover and make these breakthroughs and stuff, the more I'm like, F my life. Keshi's technology seems to be more and more legit with the Magrav coils and everything that he teaches with his electromagnetic gravitational triple solenoid Magrav coil systems. But yeah, anyways, back to what y'all were saying.
So who's going to write this up into a fantastic, easy to read 2-page paper that will make everyone get it?
AI. Let's.
You know, I used to write papers. I probably will write a paper about this if I can prove it, because now that I have this vision in my head, of course, you know, the crazy guy who sees it in his mind has to be the same guy that does the experiments. Who else am I going to try to instruct on this? Well, everybody if I can, right? But I think this is fundamental. I think we can all see it. But of course, I'm going to try a bunch of stuff and see if we can prove this out to be true. And with this directive in mind, it could give us complete control over gravitation, over inertia, over time, as far as it's perceived from the outside frame of reference. You know, I don't know about backwards time. I haven't thought there. I'm not even going to put my brain in that state yet, because if it goes there, it's going to generate some really weird outcomes. And I have no intention of trying to push it to that limit after this crazy epiphany already. Just like, I'll leave time alone for now. But there's
Can
a lot
we
of
get maybe a little bit more on the red shift, blue shift, and like how when time slows down, essentially it's like frame by frame by frame, like 8mm film essentially, and then when like time speeds up, it like just melds into like nothing almost, like it's
Not for the person that's at the center of the frame of reference.
Okay,
yeah.
I can describe
Then there's
something
nothing.
that speaks to that. I can describe something that speaks to that, Bernie. And this is what I experienced. I got my face up close to this thing. I knew that it was a stupid idea. These magnets moving at, what was it, probably close to like, 40 miles an hour. Got my eye real close to it. If one had blown, of course, it would have destroyed my vision forever. But no safety glasses, right? And I felt, this is going to be hard to describe. I was trying to look at the position of the magnet that I was holding. I got, like, I just couldn't tell where I was holding it. It suddenly seemed very strange and difficult to locate it in three-dimensional space. I thought I knew where it was, but in my hands as I was holding this magnet, it just felt like it was shifting on its own, and it was really hard to locate it. So I put my face really close to it, thinking that I must be losing my mind. Maybe my senses on my arm aren't working right. And when I stuck my face close to it, it was like shuddering, like an effect of, like a shutter effect. Little black strobe blank areas between looking at this thing, and it was super hard to focus on. It was almost a little bit blurry when I got my face close to it. And it was a strange phenomena. For a moment, I thought I smelled ozone. And I'm not absolutely sure if I did, but it would certainly go right in concert with this, because that evanescent wave could have easily ionized gases on the outside. And I don't doubt that, craft would utilize the same phenomena, this spin wave effect, to ionize gases surrounding the craft in atmospheric conditions. So, but it seems generating it is not all that hard. We just need to have this cross-field interaction, and we need to force a lot of momentum through it so that we can maximize the possibility of electrons taking this little pathway and producing these field geometries in free space where, it's like a hyperspace geometry. It's little loops within a single unit of space at the Planck scale. if we can get them to do that, then we can add more energy to that space, and we can physically modulate the rate flow of time. And we've got our warp drive right there. So I think we can do it with conventional conductors, but using cross-field interactions with conventional conductors is kind of like, you know, it's one way to do it. It's what we can do right now with stuff that we have. Optimally, we would use cross-field interactions between things on a much smaller scale, like graphene and graphite. We would utilize the energy exchange and the shape that the electron makes when it's jumping from one plane to another plane along different axes, and extract that negative resistance function out of that system and use it to power our devices, basically, where these would be sort of, you know, self-sustaining systems. The more you draw from them, the more they generate. I think we can do it. I think we can do it with stuff that we have today. We can do it with stuff like carbon nanotube fiber used in making automotive bodies for race cars and, you know, expensive vehicles. You see carbon fiber all the time used in, you know, cutting edge tech and RC and drones, you know, quadcopters, very popular stuff. If you pinch two layers of carbon fiber together when they're crossed 90 degrees like that with high enough pressure, the nanotubes that make those carbon fibers will get close enough to allow electrons to leap from one nanotube to the other. So if you cross energy from one conductor into the other at an orthogonal angle, they actually have to leave one fiber and enter into the one that's at 90 degrees in this cross weave pattern of these carbon nanotubes that make up the structural frame of your drone, right? So the fact that they can move in that way, if you push them under enough pressure, they start to interact, and you can get these electrons to jump and form Cooper pairs, making it act like a superconductor. And that's basically what was found by Deborah Chang when she did her negative resistance tests by crossing two carbon filament conductors. Now, I happen to have those carbon filaments here. I got them a while ago because I was testing Richard Van Durick's brilliant discoveries, and he had stumbled across something that was just absolutely genius. Richard Van Durick is a brilliant guy, and he's seen this stuff a long time ago. He's got a really interesting way to look at field forces, and, you know, has this company, Field Propulsion Incorporated. So it's been around. I guess I don't know if anybody's ever tried to tie it all together like this, like in the way that I'm doing, but again, this could all be speculative. It could be wrong.
It is the theory of everything, and it is scientific method to test to see what works and what doesn't. And so far, everything that's been discussed and what you've shown today, it has been correct. And I've, from the beginning, have been needing to tie in Walter Russell's diagrams, teachings, and his writing of the law of one, and his atomic geometries and periodic table, vortex-based periodic table, and someone shared his the PDF in the live chat. I think it was Danico. Thank you. And yeah, it's quite all-encompassing, and it's all part of this universal law of one, because everything is all encompassed into this one theory of everything, as Kurt Jamungal and is it the Weinstein or whoever that dub it that, and essentially it's all connected. And well, consciousness is a major part of it, and also this spin, this rotation, and these different energy geometries are essential other key parts to how it works, moves, and speaks, and whether it grows or dissolves.
It's an interesting way to view the universe. An interesting way to view fields and forces and interactions between particles. It's definitely not conventional. I don't think that it actually is in violation of any of the known physical laws. I just do think that it gives us a better understanding of how those physical laws come to take place and may actually allow us to update them, upgrade them, or reformat them to be compatible with a motion that makes actual sense to us. And the reason why it should make sense to us, the reason why it seems like it's intuitive, and a lot of people may have just understood intuitively the stuff that we talked about today, is because I think that our brains operate on the exact same electrodynamics, and so it seems like that should be the easiest, lowest energy entropic state to notice these types of things. And when we see it, we just identify it as, oh yeah, that's what I'm doing too. You know, that's life. You know, that's like the animating force that I identify as myself. But oh, here it is. It's making the rest of the universe also work. This thing that allows me to think is also making the universe run. So, wow, it's like the conscious force, right? People have called it God.
There is a God, in my opinion.
There absolutely is, and it's this, and this maintaining force is a structure that's so perfect and so absolute and so forgiving and so malleable that underlies everything. It's something that we can realistically connect with, work with at the many, many scales of above and below. So that's kind of how I'm seeing it in terms of this perspective. And of course, we're going to do experiments to try and check if this is actually the case, but seems like God is in the fields, to me, anyways.
The universe of form
I would
is a
agree.
universe of integration, disintegration, and reintegration. This trifecta of Holy Trinity. It's all in the forces.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many ways to interpret it. I mean, lessons learned, lots of different perspectives. It seems to be, you know, that there's a lot more we can unravel here and apply to technology. Nobody thought that you could pull religious text and make technology out of it, but hey, you know, maybe you can. Maybe there are certain encoded things there. I'm not personally looking there. I'm just going to go with whatever entered my head today and caused this call to happen and caused this stream to happen. And I'm just going to run with that and see how much I can test it and try to prove it out in the lab. Because if I can't prove it, then, well, what does it matter? So this was an interesting, entertaining show about a guy who seen a weird phenomena and misinterpreted it. That's what this show could be. It's just some guy who misinterpreted something that he experienced while testing or doing experiments in the lab.
I think
Bernie,
you're
than
onto
the fact
something,
that
though.
all
Hey, Bernie, that picture at the top with that wave, right at the beginning of the paper. Go right to the top. Or not that far up. Down a little bit. It shows like a half a wave where it's. You just showed it. Go down a little more. No, that isn't it. Yeah, a little bit more. It was right at the start when you first started. Darn it. My point was right there. You see that induction, zero conduction? I'm going to demonstrate that in a video, which I've already done and done the test too. So I just wanted to point that out. That is freaking amazing.
Right? Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that makes a whole lot more sense now when you think about the shape that it makes when it's between those 2 points.
yep, keep that in mind because the demonstration that the experiment that I've come up with and that you're going to see probably in the next video or so, you're going to see that very same curve and a spin. So
The induction / flux curve, right?
absolutely.
So, so gee, do I get the prize now?
Get the prize. Shit, dude, you got the golden eagle, man.
Bro, you've been like taking the
definitely
trophy every
got
time. Like, what are you talking?
You know what? Everything that you
there's a prize. Have I ever? I don't know.
We get
Well,
to
no,
live in the
man.
world we create. Our prize.
Those
Well,
are the best
yeah,
words
I'll
Space
second that
Case
for
Zero
sure.
has ever said. What?
It's all
that
syncing up. It's all
recreate
coming together.
a million
if you read
dreams.
the comments, Jeremiah, I've been commenting to everybody how nail on the head you've been and how everything that you're describing is absolutely dead on, and that in the very near future, you're going to see experiments that prove everything you said today.
Well,
Bold statement. Yep. Gerald saying it. That's
Everybody
my
that came
take.
into my life just happened to pop up. They came out of nowhere, like you. I don't even know how the heck we ended up, crossing paths. I mean, you're literally in another country, but
We're just on top of you. It's because we're
lo and behold, same
fucking
time
hate
zone,
we're
ironically.
Canucks, eh? All right, like come on, man. Like,
Take
bro,
off.
we just like your
Take off.
hockey. And
Right, so like we've definitely bounced back and forth, and a lot of this stuff has been kind of hush hush. But I feel like it's about time to blow the cover because weird things are happening right now to different people in our groups, and
it's fun. Sorry.
Yeah, it's about time. It's about time to, I think, start throwing these ideas out there. Like this is what I got to work with. This is the perspective that I'm going with. If this perspective helps somebody else, and they want to say, play the game of imagining what it would be like if their world looked the way that my world looked as I describe it, and they wanted to put that in their mind for a day and just kind of play around with the concept, what might they find? So this is all I can do is share the basic perspective of if you do the same thing that somebody else does, you usually get the same results. I mean, that's the basic premise of science. So if you think these same thoughts or you see the same pattern, you may end up finding these same discoveries. And so this would be a method to stumble across these things.
Okay, well, I can say this, Jeremiah. It's absolutely time to come out with this. I've spent the last 2 months prepping myself to release everything I know and all the experiments that I've done. But I had to put myself in a position where if someone wanted to, say, break into my house, like you hear all these stories about how the inventor got broken into, or even Nikola Tesla himself with his lab being burned down. Well, I protected myself, and it took me time to get into that position. But now that I'm in that position, I'm fully willing to release everything I know, and I'm doing it in a series of videos. And when the series of videos are over, I'm going to do a full live with you on BurnEye's channel and whoever else that BurnEye invites, and you guys can see what I'm talking about, and I'll either eat my words live or I'm going to prove to you that I've been known. I know what I've been talking about for the last 5 years, 10 years.
I'm ready, Gerald.
Hey man, this is meat and potato stuff time. This is pedal to the metal. Your tires on the road. You're gonna get this going. So let's see what happens. I mean, it's time to definitely see what sticks. We're gonna disprove it and stop wasting our energy, or we're gonna take off at 1,000 miles an hour, and we're gonna go to the 8th dimension like Buckaroo Banzai did.
24. There's 24, man. There's 12 positive, 12 negative, and you have to get in between to get to any. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Talking woo here, aren't we?
Oh yeah, well of course. I don't know if it has anything to do with the fact that I used 24 magnets on that rotor, 12 on each side, or not. I have no idea if that has anything to do with
24 is a magic number, especially according to Ed Lead Scallon.
The way that I would say it is this: it felt like the magnet was teaching me. Just by holding it, I like the feeling and the way that my body was trying to interpret what it was actually experiencing. It was like the magnet taught me about this field interaction. And
I would say you're right, but I would say it's not the magnet teaching you. The magnet produced the field that opened up what you needed so that you could be taught.
Right. There was a vortex. There was a vortex between the two. And they definitely shared this little space when they were in close proximity. It was almost like there was a light shining from the edge of these ring magnets on that disc towards the face of that large cube magnet. And that interaction, yeah, you could definitely feel it. There was a dragging force in a direction that it should not have existed. It just should not have existed. And it taught my body to recognize that sensation, which suddenly unlocked in my head an, oh my gosh, it's real, this theory that you've had forever and been like pumping around for years and years about this electron, field compression and longitudinal waves and all this stuff that I've theorized about many years ago. Turns out that there actually is a mechanism for how this can come to be, and we can understand it through the motion that the particles take if we can visualize it. So it's a great way to start experiments, man. Like, this is going to definitely educate a lot of future journeys that we're going to go down and try to figure out how far we can take this.
You and I have to do
How
a
far
Zoom,
can we take
Jeremiah?
this image as well, guys? Look at this one of the blue, ultraviolet, red, this cosmic clock, these numbers, and the infrared to the violet, and in this geometry, and apply it into that coil and that vortex engineering and mathematical system. And I think we're on to dimensional red-blue shifting, right?
Hey, Jeremiah, it's just about time for you to come up here to Canada. I'm just about ready for you, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't hurt to have something down here too, so I can play around with that in the other mechanism. So now that I know what this field is, I was waiting for you to send it down here so I could experience that thing that I was looking for, but it looks like Harold found another way for me to experience it. And he told me, just like you did, both you guys predicted this was going to suck me in. You told me, Gerald, that when you start to understand this stuff, it's gonna really twist your head around, and it's gonna pull you in. Well, what pulls you in? A vortex, right? The tornado twister.
Yep.
So,
or diet dazzle. Was it
diet?
It's funny that the motion is exactly like the way that we see these things viscerally in terms of how they destroy houses and tear up fields, and the way that they connect with each other, and that pulling force, the force in the vortex.
And the
Hey, Jeremiah,
allows it to flow. Sorry, go ahead, Mike.
So this is Penguin from Adam's server.
Yo, dude.
Sorry.
But all good. I just wanted to. I had a point about the pulsed radiant fields or radiant energy from Tesla. This lines up really well with what you were talking about, in the sense of the electrons when they spin. They almost act like gyroscopes, right?
Right, exactly. They
and
do.
When you,
they have
the magnetic field rotates them around. But when you pulse the energy, my theory is that the reason that we need really, really short pulses is because they're trying to outpace the overcoming of the inertia of the electron.
Well, you can't outpace this. That's the thing that I'm trying to present today, is that you can't outpace this. For years and years, we have pursued this always too far away instantaneous switch, the perfect electrical switch, a device which can disconnect the flow of electrons from a source to its conductor and not somehow be destroyed in the process. This perfect switch is a cavitation device. We cannot use conventional semiconductors because they are not perfect switches. They are just slow switches that sort of move things and herd them along. They do not offer this perfect switch interaction. The only way to get this interaction is through the field forces that these particles carry with them as they're moving, and to interact them at an exact angle where they will take this motion through whatever material they happen to be in physical space.
Right, and that's why his spark gap works, but why the digital Tesla coils don't work in the same way, right? They can't switch fast enough, but the spark gap is able to dissipate fast enough throughout those electric fields, because it's something that's occurring within the air. It's not occurring in a material, or not even the air, but within whatever this other field is, right?
Right, and I guess like I mean, we have 65 people. I wonder if I have this folder. Maybe I can find this folder real quick. Let me just see if I can find this presentation. I think I sent myself these photos, so I do have my Spark App coil, and we can see the plasma interaction and sort of the curved path that things like to take.
Right. So I guess my point here was, though, the reason that you're able to achieve like the cold plasma state, right, is if as long as the inertia is getting isn't getting overcome from the electrons, they won't spin around the wire and induce a stronger magnetic field. Like if you think of how we induce it in iron to create an electromagnet, that's essentially the same thing that's happening with the electrons, where they get gyro locked exactly like you see when you process a series of gyroscopes. They all change into the same orientation, and their magnetic fields all line up to strengthen the magnetic field around our conductor. So if we can, the pulses will basically allow these electrons to stay in their disoriented state, and the magnetic field's weaker, which I think lines up with what you were saying about we need those fields to end up canceling out as they get closer and closer to each other, so that the electric fields are pushing each other away rather than the magnetic fields.
Right, exactly. We want the
Did I
electric field
understand that right?
interaction. Right, yeah.
That's pretty.
Yeah, you understood that right. So the electric field interaction is the one that we want to really do work with here. This electric field interaction is something that's going to give us extra energy out of the system because it has to take a longer path length. Simple as that. It just simply takes a longer path length.
While you guys are talking, I did an experiment. It's very simple. You guys kind of enlightened me to connect the dots here, and I'll present my theory later. But I did buy an hourglass, and I do have a 1.4 Tesla neodymium magnets, and I recently figured that I made the link with gravito-electromagnetism and electromagnetism. So magnetism is the same thing. So I induce that magnetism is the same thing as time dilation. So I just put my hourglass on my neodymium magnet, and I measure a 5-second difference when I put the hourglass on the standard table. I see a 5-second shift right there. So is it me? Am I crazy, or can anybody repeat that experiment? Maybe magnetism is just time dilation, man.
You know, I thought that I could detect the effect with stopwatches. I tried placing stopwatches around this apparatus. I got them about as close as I possibly could. The one that I was using as my check. When I finally settled the experiment after I had felt the drag forces occurring, I could not measure any time distortion with the stopwatch Koch crystal in this region, which is something that I was specifically looking for between the two different stopwatches over a 10-minute period. And I just let it sit there and run. But the weird thing is, when I let this machine sit there and run, you know, the speed went up and down. You know, you could hear it producing this sort of ohm sound. You know, it was like resonating in the background. And it's producing like these like a tritone sort of sound, just a little offset. Like one of the frequencies was drifting behind, lagging behind, almost as if it was slowing down. So I thought that's got to be a time field, right? So I tried to put a stopwatch there, but it did not actually affect that stopwatch. When I stopped them, they were exactly on. I mean, down to the 0 second mark.
So the version I built, I stuck my time field meter on it, and I can tell about 3 parts out of 20 million a second. And so it's really, really accurate, and I could not get any time shift field out of it at all. I definitely looked, but I wasn't particularly close because I didn't want to break my time field meter with the magnet. So I was about 5-6 inches away and couldn't detect anything.
What is the power of your magnets?
They're neodymium magnets. I've got 12. I don't have 24. It looks a lot like Jeremiah's, actually.
It's like, that black space that I talked about earlier, that black space between frames, as you're observing this and you get your face close to these types of apparatus, your observation and your perception as you're visually trying to look at this thing, it's difficult to focus because it's like there are these blank spaces. It's almost as if tiny or micro black holes were opening up and propagating that space, existing for a moment during the transition while they make the shape and then disappearing again, popping back out of existence. It's super weird. It's like we stretched out the length of the node and we made it spin way too slow. It didn't break. We didn't reach the Schwinger limit, which is where when we would break a node at the Schwinger limit, we actually do extract the electron-positron pair out of those node points. And so space shrinks. That's our warp field. When space contracts, because we are basically removing nodes out of the cosmic lattice by generating matter with photon interactions, electromagnetic wave interactions, making real matter. That real matter generation takes its energy out of the cosmic lattice space, and so you have this negative energy region where the antimatter was produced. And 180 degrees to the direction of the positron is an electron that slings out from these two photons crossing the same field path length and stimulated at a high enough energy level. We know what the energy level is. It's 511 mega electron volts for the separation energy of both particles, so a total of 1022 kilo electron volts to separate the particle-antiparticle pair, the electron and positron in these nodes. But they're everywhere, and there are so many of them, and their bubbles are maintained. If you rip them out, you've got warp drive, because you can reassemble them at the back end of your ship and reinflate space, so they become part of the lattice structure again when they chase each other. There's your warp drive, and you can move it like a fluid, down a beam. Just send your positrons down like a positron beam to the back of the ship. You reintegrate them with the electrons that are being stripped away at the back of the ship. There you have your positive energy bubble. It's going to push you forward. And in the front, you're ripping them out of space-time in front of you. It's going to suck you forward. You have positive mass chasing a negative mass. And you've got warp drive, effectively, because you're carrying apart the physical structure of space-time itself, separating the particle pairs.
It's trans-dimensional. If trans is trending at the end of 2023, let it be trans-dimensional warping. All right, let that be the motto. Tranny warping time dimensions.
BurnEye said it, so let's do it.
Like, I've got to probably.
Thank you for reminding me about the infrared and the ultraviolet. I've got a camera that I bought from Cleveland Paranormal that lets me see ultraviolet and infrared. It's a pretty neat camera, and I didn't even think to point it at these experiments, but I'm certainly going to now.
Yeah, brother, that is key, and why we have these discussions and share ideas, and also, oh goodness.
So there was this guy on LinkedIn the other day. He was posting videos, and I stumbled across one. He was taking super up-close shots of some video footage around a device that he thought might be producing this type of field interaction phenomenon, and noticed that the CCD was picking up flashes between red and blue, like there was a fluctuation going on there, and it couldn't be explained easily by electronic noise from the sequencers. So the CCD was picking up this sort of, fluctuating field motion when you zoomed into a specific, sensor pixel that was just paging between red and blue. It was red and blue shifting, oscillation. And he thought that he was able to capture this with a regular video camera just by simply using video editing software and zooming into it. And I've seen this effect, this artifact type of effect before on videos that I've shot around certain devices. Sometimes it's a little click and you see it shift a couple of frames, or like there's this weird angled stripe across the the screen of what you're videotaping. But these are like field distortion lines. They're red shifting and blue shifting. It's the T field that I think we could maybe pick up with cameras, and this guy on LinkedIn figured it out. Like how he had maybe observed these things with actual conventional cameras, maybe even cell phone cameras. Who knows? You could probably do it with a cell phone camera. I wouldn't doubt it. We would just have to have a software that would look at the pixel data and the color format and measure the general photon distribution to see if they were,
Could that also essentially make the mass spectrometer or mass spectrometry measurements as well with it, or no?
Oh, I imagine you could probably use it for something like that. Yeah.
Oh, we have Walter Russell with motion and inertia, sphere of electric domination, sphere of magnetic domination, and I figured this would relate just a wee bit to what we were talking about.
Is there a WhatsApp group for this group, or maybe would like to share my the experiment I'm keep doing since an hour ago?
Yeah, I need to create a science WhatsApp group or expand it. I will get on that. I will email that to all of you once this is done today.
Cool.
Was he asking to join my group, the Discord group?
Yeah, if there is, yeah, on Discord.
I would prefer Discord because WhatsApp reveals your phone number. It's kind of annoying.
Yeah, Discord you can
I use it specifically for that reason, but yes.
I'm surprised. Yeah, publicly, that's true.
I'll be right back. I've got to grab some water.
Fair enough. And where is mine? Well, we got some purple colloidal gold monatomic water. And how these metals look like the universe. Sorry, continue, space.
Hey, Liminal, can you share in the StreamYard chat the invite link to the Discord server? Because I can't do it without losing the Discord server.
I can try. StreamYard is a little weird on the phone. I don't want to accidentally back out.
Oh,
but
no,
I think I can access. I think I can access the other app and get the invite link and then drop it into the comments. That's what you're asking, right?
Yeah, because I know I sure can't do it. I'm on an Apple tablet. It'll lose it.
Just give me a second. Thank you.
Okay, my phone won't do it at all.
No worries.
I've got messed up hardware.
Yeah, I'm in Discord right now. I just need to find your server. I'll figure it out. No worries, buddy. I got you.
Oh. What happened to what? Go ahead, Phil.
No, I was wondering. I've got a presentation I made on APEC last week. Maybe I can present it right now. It's pretty short, maybe 10 minutes. I want to show a pretty cool video right after.
Well, everyone else is muted or gone, so I would say go for it.
Even BurnEye is gone.
I'm just on the phone. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it. Let's hear it. Let's see it.
All right. So,
Phil, by all means, present and share what you have to share, my friend.
All right. Yeah, it's pretty short, but it's very interesting. So, so just one sec. So sorry for those who already saw it, but a lot of people didn't see it yet, and that's very interesting. Partager l'écran. Okay, there you go. So, all right. I got some security setting here. All right,
Where you share screen?
Can you
Oh,
guys
yeah,
see?
got it.
All right.
There we go.
All right, so here we go. That easy. But here am I. I just want to go full circle with my theory and show where I'm at, give updates. This is finite theory and gravito-electromagnetism is pretty much final right now. There are things I will disclose too, and things I will not disclose because I got defense companies evaluating my company right now. So we'll see what happens, but I'll disclose pretty much everything so you understand the high level idea.
Yeah, just a moment, and I'll be right back. And I want to do this.
Jim can explain anti-gravity, force field, superluminal communication, and acceleration, manipulation of acceleration, which is pretty. It's not science fiction anymore. If you manipulate time, then you can manipulate all of those. So next slide. So the assumption that I make is that, and you can see a lot of papers on that right now. It's not a joke anymore. Graviton and photon equivalence. There's a lot of work. There are a lot of people that assume that it's the same thing. And if I assume it's the same thing, if a graviton is just a photon on a different frequency, then I can explain pretty much everything. So all the numbers work of finite theory. Everything works at all levels, at all scales. So it's pretty much amazing. The Hubble, the cosmological microwave background, the size of the universe, the galactic rotation curves, everything. It's the other thing that I failed to mention in my last presentation about a year ago was that I could not explain because I did reverse engineer the galactic rotation curve of all galaxies, but I had the little fudge factor that was consistent with all galaxies except ours and the Milky Way, and I could not explain it. And that's because I was not considering the angular momentum of the stars, the planets, and the bulge of the galaxies. The angular momentum is actually responsible from inducing time rate, just like an electron is responsible from inducing a magnetic field when it spins or when it moves. I'm going to talk more about spinning because at the macro scale, it's all about spinning planets and stars. So yeah, so that's what I failed to mention last year, but I figured this out recently, actually. It actually helps deducing why gravity and time rate are monopole. That's because the gravito-electric field and the gravito-magnetic field mixed together will create gravitational waves. Gravitational waves are dependent on the angular momentum of the planet, the star, of the black hole. You can see my mainstream equations. By the way, finite theory is 100% mainstream. It's not against the mainstream anymore. So I apologize for creating attention, but it's all mainstream. It's just that I'm using the equation differently. And the gravitational waves are also carrier of time rate. So that's the time dilation. The time dilation, gravitational waves, it's like an ELF wave. That's all it is. And it's a carrier of gravity and time rate. I'm able to reverse engineer all galactic rotation curve. I did that for 500 galactic galaxies. It links the Hubble constant with the size of the universe. That I already explained that last year. Nothing changes there, but I get the exact same order of magnitude to explain the size of the universe. Explain everything like I was saying last year, the perihelion precession, the light bending, the Pound-Rebka experiment, and the real distance of the moon, the distance of the discrepancy of the distance of the moon. There's a 14 meters discrepancy from what we think the moon is. And most importantly, it's not suffering from the vacuum catastrophe. We know that JR does with the dark energy thing. Unfortunately, there's not as much energy in the vacuum as JR suggests. That was proven experimentally using multiple ways. So finite theory does not have that deficiency on the vacuum catastrophe paradox. And it does not imply there's no paradox or no grandpa paradox implied or all that stuff. So that's what it implies. I wrote a software for that, but I did reverse engineer 500 galaxies rotation curves using my theory, and I get the exact same rotation curve, the exact same curve. The equation is very simple. I'll show you. It's in my paper. I'll show you at the end. I'll show the link at the end. And it's very simple. I can explain all galactic rotation curves. The same with the Milky Way. So it's not a big mystery anymore. And like I was explaining again last year, this is the distance. This is the actual size of the universe. This is the distance from the universal core, like I was saying last year. The visible universe, it's like a bubble universe that has a certain velocity that moves within a greater universe. And it has the distance. What we see is actually multiple universes. And the distance we are from that is 1.3 times 10 to the 26 meters, which the exact same order of magnitude as what the mainstream predicts. So there's no change there, but I'm using completely different way. And the fun part here, the gravito-electromagnetic permeability. Using the Biot-Savart equations and the fact that the relation with the speed of an electric field that induces a magnetic field.
Yeah, there we go. See, now we're getting into some interesting
exactly
stuff.
the
So
same
the speed of that field.
magnetic permeability using the Biot-Savart and the mainstream, which is
this is the important part here, right? This is where we're going to get our warp drives out of it.
Divided by the speed of light squared. There's a 6 pi discrepancy there, but That I'll have to investigate, but I get the exact same order of magnitude as the magnetic, the mainstream gravitomagnetic permeability. So, there's no change there. There's nothing new there. The difference with my theory and the mainstream is that I get also a relative gravito-electromagnetic permeability caused by the cosmological microwave background. If I add the cosmological micro background radiation, which is the microwave, or 10 times 10 to the 11 hertz, then we're gonna get a relative gravito-electromagnetic permeability. So that explains why I get a shift in gravity with my MHD vortex experiment. That explains why Sergio also does get a shift in gravity with his Mercury vortex. So that explains everything. That was the missing piece of the puzzle right there. There was a missing relative gravito-electromagnetic permeability, and I'm also able to predict not only anti-gravity or weight alleviation, but I'm also able to predict the force field using ELF waves, the superluminal communication, and most importantly, the energy teleportation. So you can convert back and forth the energy, so you can supply a vehicle on demand, on the fly.
Right, exactly. You basically pinch your epsilon and mu.
So
can you hear me, Phil?
I'm gonna write a patent on that. That's why I don't disclose the equations, but
I don't know if Phil can hear any of
that's its potential. I know it's gonna work, because if I assume that the graviton and the photon again is the same, then all my equations they work. I get the exact same order of magnitude that I expect. So here's more information on my manuscript. It's actually static.fornars.com/files/pdf/finite theory /finite_theory.pdf. Here's my YouTube channel as well. It's at P Bouchard 8. P Bouchard with a D at the end and 8. And here's my email address, phil@fornars.com. I'm the founder of CEO of my own company. And stay tuned, because I'm going to show you very, very, very interesting videos as well. So I'll show you. I got nervous there because Tim talks about big bankers, and Tim did not want me to talk about that. So I'll show.
Why not? Absolutely.
Correctly.
Sure.
Yeah. Can you see that? The new video?
I see
good to play as long as oh yeah, it's APEC. No copyrights. We're good. Yeah.
Man, we got a lot of engagement tonight, didn't we, guys? A lot of people want to hear about this kind of stuff. I guess people's brains are churning over these ideas, thinking whether or not they may be crazy or they could actually be right. Coming from a guy that's not a physicist or a mathematician, right? But I do physics experiments, and I would like
now it's about implementation.
It's definitely a real mind-twirling kind of stream, because here we are, we have these strange phenomena, and I think we should be talking about these things and try to unify them into this one field function. If we can do that, then we can explain John Hutchinson stuff, we can explain the Philadelphia experiment legend stuff. I mean, we can get into all kinds of weird territories here, but this type of tech does not work in a conventional way. It works quite orthogonally to the way that we think. And we can learn to think this other way. We just have to realize that it's there. And it's like finding God.
Yeah, and but yeah, I just want to show Paul Yakov that we never really heard about him, but he did exactly what I wanted to do. And that my next step is either work with Mike from Faraday Lab, or just use a circular saw, put it on a balance, and make it spin. I'm expecting to see 100 grams weight shift, and yeah, it's very simple. I mean, anything that spins will create a weight shift. I also talked to some guy on the internet who's doing he's stressing the maximum RPM of my materials. I sent him an email. He seems to be interested to test anti-gravity. So I'll connect on the Discord channel right there, and I'll let you guys know more about my status.
Amazing, Bill. That's so much going on, and so many circles being fully completed and like coming together. And when you have multiple circles, you get a full volume of a sphere, and then you get multiple spheres, and well, those are full fields, and you can do all sorts of you can see God in the fields, I guess.
Yeah.
We've all experienced it in one way or another.
So, by the way, I'm supposed to go to some event in Washington, D.C. at the end of November.
Man, I can't believe you guys have been so accepting of this idea. It's such a weird idea, right? Y'all have been like so accepting of the willingness to play on this territory of this weird concept with me. I really appreciate it. I just want to say that everybody so far has been just incredibly helpful in playing on this crazy idea that God is in the fields. And I just want to thank you guys for having open minds, for considering this stuff, giving feedback. It's awesome. It really is. What more could you ask for?
Field of Om.
Right. I mean, it's other people. The secret of all of this is other people. It's not the self, it's what's going on outside the self. The interaction between those two particles that makes this whole double omega inverse omega symbol happen is actually a interaction between two different systems. It's other people. So you and somebody else, they have to have an interaction. This whole thing stems through life. It stems through the way that we relate to each other. I can see this as being an extremely important kind of fundamental concept to basically understand when you're going to become friends with somebody. Like, you want to extend this idea out to them so that they can visualize how these fields interact as well. It's a new physics. I think we used to know it long ago, back in the day, as a species, and that we've lost it. We've lost it through time, through history, through catastrophic events. I think we've lost our connection to this interaction, this field geometry. And I think it's right here. And that we can find it again and bring it back into the modern era through the internet, through things like StreamYard, through things like YouTube, Rumble. I think we can bring it back.
Yeah, at the early 20th century, a lot of people had great ideas. People were extremely smart, but in the last century, things got commercialized somehow, and we lost track of fundamental physics. So I know what you're talking about, Jeremiah. We don't think like people used to think before,
I think this train of thought is probably something that is a much older train of thought, something that many philosophers in the ages of old had probably gone through and, many times before struggled with and, discussed or debated. It's a very interesting philosophy. And, if we think about all the way back through science and history, what is science? And what is this process of learning how the universe works? We're trying to unravel the secrets of nature, the universe itself. We want to understand its geometry, the way it flows, the way it moves, the way it interacts. Well, the beauty in this geometry of nature is constantly showing us how it likes to do what it's going to do. It shows us in its motion. And the motion we can see in the form of a spline, which is a mapped pathway of a single point moving over time. And we would see that as the waveform on a oscilloscope display. It's just a single point. That's all you're ever seen on a basic CRT oscilloscope display. It's just one point, but yet you see the shape. That spline, that's the way that our reality sort of works itself into this entire field fabric matrix, where we have continuity of events between when field forces interact and physical particles are closing in and their wave functions collapse. We have this other orthogonal force, and it's the thing that keeps things balanced. It's like, you're not creating a nuclear reactor with your television set, basically, because maybe you get X-rays occasionally from some stray electrons hitting the sides, but it's not necessarily transmuting a huge number of elements, and you've got your force vectors in a singular direction. You haven't created this type of field force curved interaction, but when you bring a magnet close to the screen, you do actually start to generate that. So it's really wild. You'll start to create unusual phenomena even from a CRT. With a permanent magnet up against the screen, there will be a unbalanced force as a result of that interaction. So if you were to hang the entire TV on a pendulum and the magnet along with it, there theoretically should be a very small force interaction. And it should be composed of the relativistic difference in the velocity of the electrons inside the electron tube, the cathode ray tube, in this little TV set, and the electron velocity of the orbital valence shells of the electrons inside the permanent magnet that's being crammed up against the screen. There's a field force interaction, and it should generate a unidirectional force because an acceleration potential has been applied, and relativity tells us that the way those particles experience time is going to slightly shift. Hence, the Lorentz transform, why I say this theory does not step on previous theories, it simply allows us to understand them better. The Lorentz transform tells us that there will be this change in the angle of the interaction between the field forces. And we can see this orthogonal interaction angle. Mathematically, we can look at it in the equations, or we can take a look at it viscerally just by understanding how we can stretch a spring and turn, bend one wind 90 degrees, stretch it out, and pull it so that we have a single strand sticking out at 45 to both faces of the other spirals of the spring.
Yeah, did you know that the electron it's interesting because it's the smallest particle of all, so it can be the building blocks of all over subatomic particles. Or they could be even smaller, but it's kind of an interesting property.
Well, it's interesting because when you pair an electron with a positron, the size that they shrink down to becomes so small that they actually are filling or permeating the space between the nuclei of an atom and the valence shells. And because they have a geometry in this lattice, the valence shells tend to have stable structures and gaps that energy translational motion can move through in order to create the shapes that the valence shells create as the electrons are whizzing around, never quite hitting the protons in the atom, being attracted to their oppositely charged counterpart, right? And so the protons don't wiggle, they don't move in terms of X, Y, Z coordinate space quite as much off of the position where they're at. In fact, it's 1,800 times less than the electron moves, but they still spin, orient, and flip to associate with each other. So their magnetic moment of the protons do flip and they do reorient to align with the electron valence shell, and all the protons in the nucleus of any given material tend to do this. Materials where we don't have an equal number of neutrons and protons are what we call isotopes. Isotopes have unusual properties. They have unusual inertial and gravitational properties. Thomas Townsend Brown identified this fact. So if you stimulate materials that have uneven isotope balance ratios, where there are more neutrons than protons, or less neutrons than protons, you're going to have a strange interaction in terms of how that material responds as an isotope to an input force, like the inertial acceleration of an outside, force. So you pack a bunch of this isotope into a little BB-sized sphere, and you try to accelerate it. Well, the amount of force that you'll have to apply to it based on what you calculated when you stuck it on the scale and weigh that it weighs exactly 1.0000 grams, well, the amount of force that it takes to accelerate it to the same velocity is going to be a lot less if it happens to have this odd spin isotope ratio where it doesn't have enough neutrons. So if it's like in a neutron, then there's less mass, it's going to respond more easily. You have this field interaction where now this thing is going to inertially respond differently. And so if you can simulate it along that pathway, along that axis, and extract the extra energy out of the difference, you basically have a propulsion device or a field force generator.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. If you can have some experiment, I'll follow up.
What's that?
If you can have a basic experiment, I'll follow up on that.
Oh yeah, we're going to do a bunch of experiments following this up. I have a whole list of experiments running through my mind right now that I have every intention of running, and I'm going to find out where this thing is. I want to understand what this is. I want to see how far we can take it. We're going to do experiments to figure it out, but I think that this is that, that unobtainium type of weird interaction that we've been looking for. It might just be the thing that our community needed in order to put these technologies together. So I could be wrong on that, but if it turns out...
No, it is the God field. It is the field of God. The
If it turns out to be that we may actually have solved this whole thing, the world is about to get a whole lot brighter.
Oh yeah, definitely. For sure.
Who's building the lab?
What's that?
I said, who's building the lab?
Oh, we've got to figure out what we actually want to build first. Like, just because this principle exists does not mean that we have the experiments totally laid out. It's not like an exact formula. It's not like somebody's already spent the time to write down the instruction manual for how we're going to execute experiments and exactly what materials we need. Now we have to take this idea.
But that's not. But that's what I'm saying. Like, you need a lab to be able to figure it out, right?
Oh, we do.
I'm just joking, but
I have an apartment lab, and I'm doing incredible work in it, and simple things.
Oh, I believe it. I'm sorry.
That led me to,
I'm not discrediting.
Very fantastic places, and it just kind of makes sense in my head, at least. So,
I also have a decent lab. I can build about whatever I want. I think a fair number of us do.
Yeah, a lot of us have labs. If it's your bedroom or your garage or whatever, you got a lab. Like, go play.
Right.
Play around with this stuff. Go do it.
Yeah, we need more
It's
experimentalists. Fun. It's super fun.
I'd like to see a couple of you get together with that lab concept. Just saying.
Like to see
I live in the middle of California. Half these people are in Canada. We're scattered around the world.
It's a lot of excuses.
We're starting with the Meta Lab and the Real Science Lab, and we're bringing all our backyard apartment science labs together into one epic lab right here, and it's called BurnEye's Alchemy Lab. All right.
He said it.
Yeah,
man.
People in California are too often outside. So keep people in Canada, since it's cold, We stay inside and we do experiments. That's what we do.
You know, you remember when Tesla talked, you know, he
I
talked
remember
about in
that.
his notes and it was documented. Tesla said that he knew when his mother had died. And
Oh, yeah?
yes, she came to visit him, right? So that crazy experience that he had that he bothered to report and was written down by whoever was taking notes for him at the time or himself. Can't remember which at the moment. Like those kinds of crazy experiences, that connection, it exists. It's a thing that you can develop with somebody.
All of my friends that have passed away came and said goodbye. I've personally experienced that. It's trippy the first
Oh
time it
yeah.
happened.
Oh yeah, this ghostly, otherworldly experience and reality and realm is beyond like factual existence, and once you experience it, you fully comprehend the eternalness and vastness of the soul and life, energy, and spirit. And
Yeah.
yeah, my own grandfather came to my mom on the day he died, and he'd been estranged from her for over 70 years. And my mom, her entire life, stated that she would know the day that he died because he would come to her in a dream. And sure enough, it happened. And then she filed the paperwork with the government, got to find out all his things. We found out he had a second family where I have 3 more aunts with the exact same 3 names that my mom's original sisters and my aunts all are. It's just so crazy. But anyways, yeah, that's my Jerry Springer ghostly story experience on that. Back to you, Space Case.
I can't top that one. My stepdad died, and I hadn't thought about him in years. And I was in college writing a paper, and I wrote it all about him on the day he died. Because that was the least connection one I've had. Most of them they come and actually visit, but it's one of those things, like Jeremiah said, of this stuff. Once you see it, experience it, it sucks you in, because nobody's going to tell me you can't mess with
That's
time,
what
because I've
Harold
got a
said,
machine.
man. Harold is the guy
Right.
that said that.
It's absolutely true, and it's because once you've experienced it, the naysayers can tell you it didn't happen, but you know what? They're not right, and you know it, and there's nothing they can say that will convince you you didn't see what you saw or felt what you felt. Like, they're real stuff. You watch time tick off randomly on a clock, you know something weird's going on. Somebody tells me my experiment was wrong. Well, that's an interesting thing. When I tried mechanical and digital and all kinds of things and verified it, nobody's going to convince me I didn't see that. And it sucked me in for 20 years trying to reproduce the darn thing. I was trying to reproduce my experiment and failed. That was frustrating. And now I think we're finally back to figuring out how it worked in the first place.
Yeah, using permanent magnets, the scale on which it happens is so small and up close against the physical material of the magnet and within the physical structure of the magnet to make that shape and that symbol, that when it happens, we can't detect it from an outside reference frame. So we can't detect permanent magnets' T-field shift and interaction using a stopwatch or using a clock. But different types of things like large field interactions such as Bremsstrahlung radiation will produce these macroscopic effects on a very wide area. And you can put physical objects like, say, a person in these fields that are large enough to encompass the entire thing. And now you could potentially measure them and map them out and use them as long as you're just simply using electrons as your field source. You want to get this cross field interaction of the electric field between the electrons as they're taking a spiral or vertical path from one place to another, and they have to cross at 90 degrees. You get a bunch of those interactions, you're going to screw with the rate flow of time. It's going to compress that matrix, it's going to wrap it up and really disturb it.
Well, it's part of why the bagel coil fields are so hard to detect, because they're completely locked up internally. They don't radiate anything at all. Nothing's affected once you get outside of them.
Right, there's an information horizon, a boundary layer, like it's an independent system almost.
Yes, yes, it is. From what I have experienced and interpreted with it, that is an accurate description.
It's super strange the way that they act. The effects that you'd feel. You don't expect cold air to be blowing out of a motor that's hot. Lots of weird things can happen like that. We're going to find them. I think we understand why they happen now. We're going to take this theory to the nth degree and see how far it can bring us. But if it's right, then we've unlocked this field fabric secret of the universe, and it's going to be a really bright future. We have energy accessible now, if it's true. Guess we'll see. Only one way to find out, right? Gotta try it.
The thing is, what you figured out already matches all the experiments that have already been done. So, it's at some point it describes it really well. I look forward to doing more experiments to verify it further, but it seems like it's already verified pretty well with past stuff.
It was like flying into the edge of a black hole and looking at that curved lattice background sort of totally warp around your field of vision, like in that, geez, what's that movie? Interstellar. They have a fantastic black hole simulation scene, right? So it's kind of like that boundary layer. Things don't work quite right. You get to cheat the universe a little bit and do some extra stuff that you couldn't otherwise do. Interact with forces through space and time that wouldn't otherwise interact, or you wouldn't think they would, but turns out they're linked way back then. If you want to understand the Tesseract in Interstellar, there it is. God is in the fields. It's this interaction force that makes sure that everything is completely uniform and even and balanced through all of space and time. It will neutralize it out. It will balance it. It will, through entropy, through the natural process of physics, bring everything to equilibrium in a way that it can continuously self-oscillate. It's the only way that it can be done. It naturally does this. We see it doing it all the time, and I think that when we understand how to tap into that machinery, that will work with this principle, that we can actually access that energy. We can power everything that we want to power. We can do what we want to do. We can make the forces we want to make and the matter that we want to create. It sounds like a sci-fi future that I want part of, personally.
I agree. I don't even necessarily want to develop it. I just want to live in the world that's created by it. And not very many other people are doing it, so I better, we better. Nobody else is going to do it. I just hope I can afford to build it.
And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be totally wrong, right? That thought has to be there, right? I have to have that thought because that thought keeps me on the straight and narrow.
Right, but if you're wrong, I'm going back to MagVid because that seems like it works. But it's just what a pain in the butt to build. This seems way easier to test. This is not going to be a challenge.
It's a whole model that can emerge a great many things. We'll see where it goes.
Yep, it's just a matter of implementation.
Interesting idea, right?
It matches everything so well, and the thing that blows me away is I wasn't expecting Rober's angle wire to be. Oh, it's too dark in here for me to show again. Anyway, that would turn out to be something that was so absolutely fantastic. He didn't know how to use it, but he certainly knew how to build it. And anyway, even the results I got where it looked like it made extra energy when I had loads on both sides of it, because the electrons are flowing at the same time, just like you described. And then I tried it the other way and I got nothing out of it. Now I know how to set the thing up. Like a lot of stuff I've already built. Now I know how to make it actually work right.
Relative frames of reference. relative
Yeah, because
frame of
the
reference.
big thing we were missing is some model of how it might all work, and I hope it's right because that would mean we actually succeed. But if it's not, well then, I mean, it's like the whole Discord group we've got and everyone else. It's we're not trying to peer review anything. We're at the cutting edge of trying to figure out how it works. And if we find a wrong path, well then we'll go find another one.
Yeah, we're
And
really
after 10
dipping
or
our
20
toes
of
deep
them,
in this one
right?
because
And after 10 or
it's a
20
heck of an
paths, we're gonna
adventure.
find it. Right? It's like if you ask rich people how many businesses they started before they got rich, usually it's like 5, 15 of them, 20. They just keep doing it till they find one that works. Apply the same thing to science and you're going to win.
Yeah,
Keep
that's
taking.
a damn good point. And I think that's exactly what we've done here.
Yep. Just keep trying. And I mean, how many ideas have we had that didn't work out? Quite a few. And we'll just keep trying until we get it.
Hundreds. I've tried hundreds of things.
Yeah. Oh my God. I spent 20 years building stuff and getting no results. That was frustrating. And then I met everyone else and things moved a lot faster because we can all work together with this. It's fantastic.
And
I
it's
just
like
hope the
instead
internet
of
stays.
like going into my little hidey hole and thinking oh, I have a secret, I figured something out. Oh, look at this interaction that I seen in my head. I'm gonna keep this to myself, right? Like, no, just tell everybody. See if it makes sense to other people. Other people is the secret to expanding the universe. Like, let's all add the energy in trying to solve these problems. That's my perspective. That's how I approached it. So
I
it's
completely
awesome that we
agree.
have a community where we can do this, right? Like through YouTube and through Rumble and through StreamYard and through all these other formats. Like we actually get this community where, and even Discord, right? We get this community we created to share these thoughts, these ideas, and perspectives with each other, so that we can try to unravel the secrets of the universe and genuinely create a better outcome for the future of mankind. And I really do think that we're on the right path.
Oh, it feels like we're on the right path. And, so many people try to predict the future. Turns out to be way easier just to create the one you want.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Especially if you know what you want. I know what I want. I want that flying sky castle, right? That city that can get off the ground when the earth is not happy and the ground is shaking and the waves are flying. Like we just need to be able to get people off the ground and keep them there for long enough where this thing can kind of settle out and then come back and rehabilitate. But if we don't have this tech where we can hold a bunch of people in the air, then if some horrible thing were to happen to our wonderful planet Earth, it would be a really terrible situation.
It does appear as if the Earth has gone through a bunch of catastrophes and then come back from it. How many people are on YouTube now? I can't even check.
We need this, though. I mean, I think that these kinds of things, they come around. It's almost like something else is here to kind of boost us along, give us a bump in the right direction as a species. Us humans, we have all kinds of strange senses and perceptions and sensations.
I mean,
it's a
one
very
of my
confusing experience to be a human being.
Well, I mean, part of the function of the brain is to keep time straight. And one of the things I've been trying to do and got reasonably good at is trying to see through time. And it turns out it's not very hard. You just have to make sure the reality you're trying to make is more consistent than the one you're trying to get away from, and reality shifts, which is a really weird thing, but it works so well. And I taught a bunch of people how to do it.
I've done it a bunch of times myself. It works every time.
That I taught make a living on it. It's not like it's some weird statistical anomaly. You can absolutely hack this reality, and it's amazing what's possible. And like with all the physics stuff I like, the shaman stuff is probably just as powerful. And I just want hardware to be able to prove to people what I've learned in the shaman stuff, because I think once people see hardware that can do it, they're going to be a lot more accepting of it. So that's been one of my goals for a long time is link the hardware and get Right.
The hardware is the meat and potatoes. At the end of the day, that's the thing that anybody can stick their hands on. Anybody can walk up to a piece of hardware that works and simply does what it does. You push the button, you get the unusual force, something weird happens. Push button, receive unusual effect. It should be that simple. Right. It should be straightforward. It should be very direct line of sight. Like, there's no reason to try and overcomplicate this entire thing with endless mathematics and equations or theories. There is a simpler approach, and we can do this. We can do this in our own minds, because I think we are, due to the very nature, the fabric of what we are made of, we have this inherently embedded into our psyche that we can easily compute this type of interaction and do something more with the world in our life than we have done previously up to that point of realization. So that self-realization is like that wake-up moment. You suddenly see that you are connected to this lattice structure and that you can work with it and that it's forgiving and it works with you. Well, boom, there you go. You've got this interaction. Now you can start to learn things. Tesla himself said that all of his greatest ideas came from a place outside of his mind.
Oh yeah, all the virtual worlds and stuff he saw, and he built machines there and ran and tested them, and his stories about what he did. And one of his bits of advice was, if you want to learn more than you have in the entire Industrial Revolution, start researching non-physical realities. That's an interesting thing to tell people to do.
Yeah, and talking with Tesla in that meditative space was a really interesting experience. It is what it is. Like, it could have been just purely my brain trying to create a fictional scenario for me to believe that was so visceral that it felt like I was actually talking to the man himself. But whatever it was, a device came out of it, new phenomena were discovered, and the unipolar output of a Tesla transmitter was finally realized. And I have videos to prove that I got a monopolar output from the end of a sine wave Tesla coil oscillator as the extra coil resonance. It was producing
getting
a
DC
charge.
Right, getting a DC bias out of a magnetic coil after taking standard physics seems absolutely not possible, but I've seen it in front of me. I know it happens, and I know some people say it's in the math, but the physics I was taught says that shouldn't happen, and it's kind of funny that it absolutely can, and it is a real thing.
Yep, it's this extra field. That field exists there. It's longitudinal. It's always been there. We just ignore it. We did not design our stuff around it, but it's right there. And if we do start to design our stuff around it, then we're going to have self-powering devices, and we won't have to charge our phones.
Yep, I'm pretty excited about it, but I'm also getting kind of tired.
Yeah, same here, man.
Who's the mindful discourse person there? Who is that? Who are you? You're muted.
Mindful exposures, maybe?
Well, I can't read it. Texas, so yeah, no, it says mindful discourse. The one at the bottom. It says duck, yeah, and the little icon.
I'd have to navigate my phone. One moment.
And yes, this has been an epic 3 hours and 20
we could probably close it down. I feel like the things that have to get off the top of my head and into the public regime have been said and thoroughly gone over. I feel like I've covered them from the different angles and perspectives. Hopefully this was enough. I hope that it was understandable.
It's a great foundation, a great start.
Definitely.
Yep.
I think it's time to finish those parts for the 3M tape small scale replication so we can get that electrostatic force field. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Now we have to make it. Now we have to make it in the omega shape, which it probably wasn't far off the original
and find the alpha and beta and make the omega.
I have not solved the alpha yet. I've solved the epsilon and I've solved the omega, but I have not solved the alpha. That's
Wow.
the mystery that I
So
still have not accessed yet.
The alchemists, search for knowledge, answers, and the understanding of the universe never ends, right? Our ultimate enemy is only time, but time seems to be on our side.
Time is like our friend.
Exactly, and we must make it our more than our friend to be moldable and transcend the time.
Yeah, the velocity of light is more complicated. It's a shape. It's not a number. And when we can stop thinking about it like a number and think about it like a motion, we can understand the velocity of light and the whole shape of the universe. So I don't know. I guess that pretty well sums it up. I think I've said what I had to say. Hopefully this gets out to the right minds and people will think about it and mull over it, and it wasn't too crazy and too out there.
Well, now it's time to apply, right?
Yep. Now we're gonna do experiments.
Yeah.
You already have with Harold's replication. There's
I felt
definitely
something. I need to show it now on video. I need to show
right.
a displacement field force that is actually utilizing this effect.
Right. So you've already built something and have experienced the effects, and there's one or two other experiments that you can move forward with. So I mean,
Just
like we
keep
got like
documenting
3
and
on the back
testing.
burner. Yeah.
More than that,
it feels like there's so many directions to go in. There's so many ways to do this. We could approach it with field coils. We could approach it with permanent magnets. We could approach it with transmitter antennas in different shapes. There are so many different geometries and ways to approach this. But the thing is that we need to follow that structure right there that we're looking at. We need to follow that geometry, that pathway, that transit. If we can replicate that in terms of the large scale motion of a charged particle.
We have the model in our minds now of how this motion is happening. Do you think that you can apply it in a tangible build? That's the next step.
Oh, that's the coils, right? Gerald's coils.
I think we can use cross fields of copper conductors. I think we can use sandwiched carbon fibers together to produce this.
Oh, also bismuth aluminum alloy into
that are
the
moving in
copper.
one frame of reference and not moving in the other. There are many ways.
Jeremiah,
What do you think?
We have to have a bismuth aluminum copper alloy, and that is supposedly the key to the dielectric magnetism of these vortex coils. And that was knowledge was given to me from a retired Army intelligence tech research, I guess.
You should consider fluorite crystals for that concept because they naturally go into that bismuth-like shape.
The crystal is what's the technology called, or what do we call it? The chip, what they use foreign radios and stuff for processors.
You need to add antimony. You need to add thorium, and you need to add what's the other one? So did you say silver?
But nano silver, and that reminds me that I have to book this interview and podcast with a fellow alchemist researcher that has created translucent and see-through silver, solid metal silver, and from solid silver to jelly clear silver, just like I have with aluminum. And before we go, can I get some of your more in-depth thoughts of what I have on screen with this hydrogen wave function, the ultraviolet to red to then white, and these geometries of the different electron wave functions of energy into and out of the hydrogen particle?
What are you asking me exactly here, Bernie?
Is this also
I knew anyone that did not
essentially
understand this
God
question.
code? Is the hydrogen wave function that we are looking at right here essentially one key part of the building blocks of the God code of the field forces?
What is ultraviolet light?
We're looking at the geometry of the field function. That's the God code. Okay, so you're looking at the geometry of that field function. This is the distribution. They call it.
Yeah, but look at the dimensional numbers, right? Like where the electrons in the fields are, the radial orbitals, and then how the density of these energies and the shapes of it. It blows my mind every time I look at it.
All right, so this is the energy density of the physical particles that exist in free space against the background that is composed of particle-antiparticle pairs. And the energy density comparison between those two forms a ratio, and the ratio makes these shapes. That's where these shapes are emerging from, is the ratio interaction between these field forces that take place at that extremely fine scale from each node due to the existence of the matter at that scale.
Right, and so one main part that is really fascinating to me is like the purple, orange, or red, blue dimension, and then it seems almost always that the pure white higher energy is on a second and third plane or portion of how it's splitting and forming and separating, and that is the essentially our visible light spectrum of the ultraviolet to infrared compared to what is this pure white energy everything beam essentially could just there's what does a mantis shrimp truly see? That's what I'm going to end with.
Indeed, that's a good question. What could we see if we could see with our eyes the other spectra that cannot be picked up by the rods and cones in the back of our eyeball? What could we see through the entire electromagnetic spectrum if only these other wavelengths were able to catalyze a reaction? Well, perhaps you can. And perhaps the way to do that is to change your temporal reference frame compared to the incoming light. And then you can start to view into these other regions. Maybe it's the reason why, say, unidentified objects flow while they're flying around, because they are shifting the wavelengths through this temporal field dynamic metric.
Absolutely. And just to add into that, the fact that the vast majority are recorded on these infrared filtered cameras, as well as a lot of reports and recordings seem to show equal amount of inverse reactions of the white ultraviolet, and it like seeming to get cold and just like that like suck draining energy into nothing sort of thing. It's very, very strange, like as it dematerializes.
Right, we really get to see the energy exchange between the inflow and the outflow of compression and expansion, or as Tesla would have said, compression and rarefaction of the aether itself. Rarefaction meaning to basically stretch it out.
Another to keep it spooky in the the theme that last week was Friday the 13th. I think next week we got Halloween and these trans-dimensional entity red blue shifting possibilities, and one major key I suspect and believe to solving this mystery technology and aura etheric life force technology exchange is the Kirlian frequency, and that it is a specific Hertzian wavelength frequency, and that that information is very rarely shared, but that it is a key aspect of it, and that we need to figure that out and test it, and that then compare it or use it in regards to the spectrum of light wavelengths, and figure out where that is compared to our visual light spectrum. And if it's just outside of it, then that would explain a lot of people who report abilities and experiences of able to see auras. And I myself have seen them in several instances of my life, but the majority of the time during periods after I was like intentionally sleep deprived, or like to test this, or when I was sleep deprived from having to pull a couple all-nighters in a row to fulfill silk screening and business orders, sort of things, where I unintentionally get to that point. But point being that you start seeing and interacting with these other what seem to be dimensional energy, wavelight energies, and that this Carillion frequency, that if you have super dilated pupils, can you actually train yourself to like absorb them or process them, and witness them, and see them in I think it's possible.
I've got ideas on this.
Well, I can spell something specific out if somebody wants to know how they can gain a superpower with their vision, just by process of realization of a thought. There is a way. You can gain a superpower where you will be able to see things that other people cannot see. Okay, so if anybody out there listening has seen one of those little spectrum films, it's basically a bunch of parallel tubes or cylinders of glass sandwiched against a plastic film, and so this creates a sort of a lens. And in this arrangement, light waves will enter the higher refractive index of the glass strands along one axis, and they either can pass through or they can't. They either get blocked and absorbed in the glass, or they pass straight through and don't get absorbed based on the direction of the electric field and the magnetic field. They call this polarization of light. So it turns out that our eyes, we can actually see polarization with our eyes. It's a built-in function for human beings. But we don't normally notice these effects. So one day I was having a really unusual experience under a cocktail of different things, and I seen a white light source. And at the edge of the vision of this white light source, I was looking at it. It was a compact fluorescent bulb, 4 spirals of glass filled with mercury and a phosphorescent coating on the inside of the glass spiral, glowing there. And so I seen the bands of a yellow and a green and a blue and a pink and a sort of whitish region, and then a secondary band of the same color spectrum spread of your secondary colors. And I realized that my eyeball could actually see this at the very edge of where I looked at that light source. If I looked directly at it, there would be this sort of blurry area right around the light source, almost like it was oversaturated. Like, don't look at that, it's too bright, right? But you could see these other spectra because the lens in your eye will do something called, asymptotic divergence, or aphrematic, aprismatic lensing. Right. So you basically have the same thing that happens in a prism. You have in a prism, you send a white light beam in one axis, and it splits apart into all these other light beams. Well, your eye does that. The fluids that are inside your eye do that. And so if you look at a light source, they'll spread the spectrum out. And when you're looking at this bright light source, you can actually see the different spectra in that light, almost as if you have a built-in spectrometer in your eyeball. And so I realized that I could see this thing using the cones in my eye that are responsible for detecting colored photons of a certain wavelength. And I learned how to actually use my eyes as a spectrometer. to identify different wavelengths of spectral sources of, say, ionized gases or burning substances or whatever thing was generating light. And it's something that anybody can do. So once I talked to people about this and they understood what they were looking at, they seen this sort of like little area, this boundary layer, like a halo around some very bright object. They learned how to do this too, and they could also see the spectrum using their eyeballs, that fluid that fills their eyes to focus the light. And it's like a superpower. When you learn to see it, you can see the spectral spread, and you can identify wave bands. But nobody ever pays attention to that. Like, why would anybody ever bother to look something like that? It's such a weird thing. But here's a superpower that you can have just simply by knowing that it's there in your eyeball and recognizing the spectral spread that you can identify just by looking at a light source. You'll see it at the corner of the edge of the light source. Just look for it. You'll see it. Everybody that's tried it so far that I've personally thought can do it. So it seems like a pretty inbuilt thing. I don't know. It's interesting, isn't it? We're more than we thought we were as humans.
It truly is. And I also meant to bring up earlier, and reminds me of Mystery Eon, and that he's got that designed or built these EMF detector thingies, these little chips that can like detect essentially like ghosts, Sasquatch, and paranormal energy reader sort of things. And it also ties into Charlie C's work with the Scroll Society and what he built. And we got to just do a Halloween special on all of the paranormal and
I
the real.
I don't mean to take it off the eyes, but what about the heart? What about the concept of that actually the heart receives the electromagnetic sensation prior to the even like the eyes seeing and then the brain interpreting?
I
like that idea. So my take on the Carillion photography and all of this stuff is maybe a little different than a lot of people, but I like Wilbert Smith's explanation of the different dimensions. And if you look at it, he shows our three-dimensional space, length, area, volume, and then the three field forces, time, electricity, and then magnetism. And then you start getting things that are like the bagel coil field would be the next one past magnetism. It's more complex. And when you look at what frequency that's running at, that determines like if an electron or a proton is visible in our reality. Everything in our world is running at the same frequency. So when you look at these ghosts and things like that, they're just running at a different frequency. So when you do Carillion photography,
so you've heard the stories of like the Bigfoot that a lot of people who've actually had experiences say like it feels like it's an interdimensional concept, and then there is some connection with UFOs. But one of the most profound things is that there's like hunters who've never had experiences, or forest rangers, you know, people who've been in the field for very long periods of time, and they have these crazy experiences where the Bigfoot goes directly behind a tree, and it's a very thin tree, and the brain is trying to, you know, obviously figure out what's going on. Eventually, they're sitting there for long periods of time, staring at this really thin tree, waiting for this creature, trying to figure out what's going on. More or less, the creature does eventually come away from it. And then there's other concepts of it, like being able to disappear really quickly or get out of there really quickly.
I suspect that they might be able to bolt, just like a gecko. Some like lizards and stuff, and like different animals can strike faster at like a faster rate of frame than the human eye can process. That they might have that ability as well. You know, maybe it's like just do like the pounce out or something like that, the dive, the strike or something faster than we might be able to see.
Well, I mean, here's a description of one of these stories of Bigfoot that gets me thinking they're probably shifting which reality they're in. And it's because at one point somebody had one of these on their front porch and they shot it and it started bleeding. and it ran away, and 3 steps later there's no more like 1.5 foot thick snow.
Yes.
They're gone. They're reality shifting. They're going from where we are, I'm convinced, and they're
There's
going to
other
a
stories
place.
just like that.
Right. So they're obviously feeding here and then going back where it's safe. It's a niche in nature that they are clearly adept at, and I just want the same
I
abilities
also,
with
right? And also they bury their dead and they are nocturnal.
Yeah, it's
And our
quite
good friend Bax just like stuck her hand in organic soil for several days to resolve her psoriasis. This is like the whole regenerative frequency concept.
Yeah, when you start looking at reality, that we've got these stacked realities. And by the way, when you're tired, your brain doesn't work well. So you as a consciousness start perceiving things more directly, like you would if you're remote viewing. You see all these realities. So you can start seeing people's auras because you're not
Yes.
just looking in our normal frequency. You're looking at an idea that we've got realities stacked on top of each other, and the electric, magnetic, and time fields are shared is absolutely nuts. But all the things that I've tried to test this with, like for example, taking in a daydream and building a piece of machinery in front of me that I can then measure on a meter here with a field force, that appears to work. It's there. We've got
Yeah,
stacked
that's some
realities.
epic stuff.
And when you start looking at this with different equipment like electrostatic and magnetic meters, when you walk across the room, you make electrostatic footprints that you can pick up if you've got a sensitive enough item. So it doesn't matter if you're here or in some other frequency, it's still going to pick you up. And that nature of reality, all it is one step more complex than standard physicists thought. And you get all of the things all the people experience with remote viewing, astral traveling, all the paranormal stuff. All of it makes complete sense, is super easy to explain. So that's my take on Kirlian photography. You're just viewing all the other frequencies, and humans are not just in this frequency. We exist in a bunch of different frequency ranges. We've got bodies.
Exactly, right? Thank you, Adam, like for bringing that up, because that's the kind of the point I was trying to get at, and to like compare what those frequencies are that were within this Kirlian frequency compared to the human visual light spectrum frequencies.
But that's what I'm saying about the electrostatics that does the Kirlian photography. When you hook that up, you are viewing everything in every frequency because you're using the electric field, which is a more base level. So that's how it can pick it up. It picks up everything, and that's its advantage. That's why it works. Now, because these fields are so internal, one of the only other ways to get to it is your consciousness, because you as an entity can see through all of space and time in every one of these frequencies. With practice, you can do it, but you can directly perceive all this stuff. It's just that most
And
people.
I had a question, like, doesn't it ultimately connect to some sort of toroidal concept? So you're talking like the black-white, good versus evil thing. Is kind of what I'm getting at. But more or less that you can, I mean, that you have to be like aware that, yeah, you can manipulate what's around you, but ultimately, like, there may be something that pulls or pushes.
I think
Sorry for
consciousness
the
has.
intros.
Oh no, I'm just trying to figure out how to answer it. My internet cut out, so I missed a bunch of your words there. It's consciousness, at least the Raja Yoga stuff. When I tried it and started playing with it, we can perceive reality, and then we can influence it. And there are different ways to influence it, but we can absolutely influence reality. Sometimes it's not directly, like you'd have to build a machine in a place where reality is malleable, like a daydream, and have that superimposed upon this world to make the right field forces to do what you want here, which is not direct, but it's certainly possible. So it's a little harder, but we can absolutely influence things as a consciousness. We're not just observers here. And the brain is a beautiful interface between consciousness and reality. It is a perfect interface. You need a lot more energy outside of a brain, if that answers what you asked, because I had to guess slightly at what you asked.
Well, it's definitely complicated, and I do feel there is a consensus kind of thing to or a collective concept. Like it's maybe not just to the individual. It's a little bigger than that. And that has to do with again, resonance and like going back to like Tibetan chanting, that kind of concept.
Yeah, I'm looking at the video here, the Krillian photography. I've set this up before. It's absolutely amazing to watch and look at, but your pictures they don't change versus your frequency you're running into your whatever, your high voltage. You can even run DC and it still works. It's not a frequency based thing for that particular thing. But like the chanting and the things like that, you hit nuclear magnetic resonance in the audio range given the Earth's magnetic field, and you can start to really alter things that way. There is something really crucial to the sound being present when you're trying to manipulate this reality. And all the old groups, all of them used sound to do that. And it's definitely a key thing. I do wonder how much is related to this omega symbol, the shape that these things have to go through that starts creating it. I think that's a big key that, Jeremiah is talking about it on an electron scale, but people clearly did it. Even Jeremiah mentioned it, the monks that were levitating the rocks with different instruments.
Yep,
they were acoustic. And it's the same. Right, it's the same thing, the same format. It all comes back to the same stuff. Nature it's organized itself, I guess, however it felt like it, and it's our job to figure it out.
Well, and this is what I was getting at with resonance frequency therapy, and that's that other video I've created with the Novo Biotronics, where he did it with the plasma device that Dr. James Bear created, and he did, the 100,000 to 300,000 hertz for elimination of cancer cells.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I've set up and run experiments with signal generators doing that, and I got the frequencies wrong one. It didn't work, so it's not the placebo effect. I got the frequency right later. It did work.
Yeah.
I have experimented with that a lot. That stuff is absolutely works, in my opinion. I have double blind tested it and gotten absolute clear results. It's amazing what's possible with that. Did my internet die?
Oh, no. I think it was just everybody has seen the med technology popping up, and they're probably thinking the same thing that you're saying right now. Like, yeah, well, we all knew that, we were all told that we had med technology floating out there and that we should have it already, but for some reason we don't. We go to sleep at night, and we get older as we sleep, and nothing is being restored.
Hey, speak for yourself. I drink pure purple gold water. I will stay young forever. I hope.
These types of
or I'll die, or I'll kill myself.
A negatively entropic interaction with outside space-time. They should be capable of doing things like,
Sorry, I just need to specify when I said kill myself, I wasn't talking suicide. I was saying that I might give myself heavy metal poisoning.
It was a warning.
That's what
so
I
that
figured.
People don't replicate what you're trying to do there with this risk that you're taking to yourself with unknown particles and sizes.
And remember, we're all, we're not going to, when our physical body dies, we're not going to go away as a consciousness. It's magical. You can go out and get another body. One of the hard things is keeping your memory through that experience. That's what you should be working on, because that's the hard part. The ability to go get a body that's not all messed up and old, you just go get a new one. It's a great trick. I'm pretty sure a lot of people do it and just don't remember, because years of playing tends to wipe that out. I mean, heck, my sister's son at one point when he was like 5 years old told us in his last life he was an alcoholic sheep herder, and that's what he did for goat herder.
There's a lot of that.
For last life. It's absolutely hilarious. Now he has no memory of it all, but I remember really clear. He told us, and then he played for a bunch of years and forgot everything.
Yeah, there's more than just a few stories that resonate with that.
Yeah, it's amazing what people just forget, getting your memory through it. And I can see back to the moment where I came into this life, and I remember thinking it's going to be so hard. and it's totally worth it. I just have no idea why it would be hard or what the payoff was. And I think what we figured out just recently here is probably the payoff. It was absolutely technology I wanted to bring here, and now it's getting here. My gosh, I'm really
Right, yeah,
excited
it was a
about
team
it.
effort, man. Like the whole team bouncing ideas back and forth across countries that are all in concert with each other. You know, they're all ally countries, right? Just bouncing ideas back and forth between these people all across the world, and it's amazing. It's amazing what's happened in the discourse. Well, even on the Discord, right? Amazing what has happened.
Yes.
I caught and loved that
discovered
pun, by the
things
way.
and unwrapped impossible knots that seemed like an inexhaustible, tangled mess of wires. Nobody wants to deal with those wires in the corner, right? The impossible tangled mess of wires. But yeah, no, I think that this was the way to untangle it. And if we understand the way that they tend to get tangled, then we can do a whole lot more, right? So now we can be organized in our approach. We can actually start to think about how we can use this new understanding to do fascinating things. I don't know what we're looking at right now, but it is amazing.
We are
It says
liquid
LC.
crystals.
It's awesome.
Seriously, this is like that was like plasma crystals. So just to give you a concept of liquid crystals, which is what they're getting at, is what we are. We are liquid crystals.
You can think of it like that, yeah. Wow, this video, what is this? This is amazing.
I was just about to say, please explain what I am looking at, please. This is amazing.
So I made this video based on if he played the audio, you can listen to the audio because this is non-copyrighted, even with the background music. I try to do a really good job of not.
Phenomenal work.
If you guys want to listen to it, please. It's just better. Listen.
I should probably throw this out there too. This does open up the gateway for gateways. This opens up the gateway.
One end of the scale, we have a giant concrete and steel bridge.
I appreciate you guys so much.
Destroyed by resonance. And on the other, we have a small crystal glass.
Appreciate and love you too, sister.
So maybe we could shatter something even smaller. Something really small. Something you would need a microscope to see. Maybe we could shatter a living microorganism. But to do that, you'd need some sort of theory to serve as a basis. And we find that basis in a wonderful book called The Rainbow and the Worm, The Physics of Organisms, by a scientist, Mei-Wan Ho. And that book makes a very strong case that living organisms and cells are liquid crystals. Or in the least, they have many properties of liquid crystals. Now, we're all familiar with liquid crystals because they are in our laptop computer screens. LCD display, liquid crystal display. And we can change the qualities of the liquid crystals in our computer screen by sending special electronic signals to it. We can change the color and the shape on the screen with these signals. So maybe we could change a biological living liquid crystal with a special electronic signal. But in order to do that, we would need some kind of device. So we search the US patent database, and we find this invention by a physician, Dr. James Bear of Albuquerque, New Mexico. It's called a resonant frequency therapy device, and its purpose is to induce a resonant vibration in a living organism or cell. And there are two really important things about this device. The first is that it uses a very special kind of antenna. They take a hollow glass sphere, they evacuate the air, they put in some helium gas, and when we send in our electronic signals, the helium gas lights up like a fluorescent light. An electrified gas is called a plasma. So this is called a plasma antenna. And it has many special properties uniquely suited for this kind of work. The second important aspect about Dr. Baer's invention is that the output always pulses. It's on, it's off, it's on, it's off.
Yeah,
and now we go to the biology laboratory and we take Dr. Baer's device, and the hunt begins through a microscope for a frequency which will shatter a living microorganism. So now we're searching for the magic frequency. And we start with 100 hertz, and we look through the microscope to see if anything's happening. We watch for 5 minutes. Nothing happens. So we try 101 hertz. We look through the scope for 5 minutes, and nothing happens. So we try 102, 103, and so on. Over the course of 15 months, we try hundreds and hundreds of frequencies, if not thousands, until we find the magic combination. The answer is you have to have 2 input frequencies, one low, one high, and the higher frequency must be 11 times the lower. It's what we musicians would call the 11th harmonic. When we add the 11th harmonic, we begin to shatter microorganisms like a crystal glass. These are the first videos taken. We showed these videos to our friends in the biology department. They said they hadn't seen anything quite like it. It seems to be a new phenomenon. So now we know we can destroy a microorganism. And the question comes up, but can you target a specific organism with a specific frequency? We now know that cancer is vulnerable between the frequencies of 100,000 hertz and 300,000 hertz. So now we attack leukemia cells. Leukemia cell number 1 tries to grow a copy of itself, but the new cell is shattered into dozens of fragments and scattered across the slide. Leukemia cell number 2 then hyperinflates and also dies. Leukemia cell number 3 then tries to make another cancer cell. The new cell is shattered and the original cell dies. But killing a handful of leukemia cells is not enough for a patient. What kind of numbers can we do? In repeated controlled laboratory experiments, independently assayed by the 2 top experts, we killed an average of 25% to 42% of the leukemia cells, as high as 60%. They also determined that we slowed the growth rate of the cancer by as much as 65%, so a double effect.
I'm going to say, they're maybe, of course I want to, okay, I'm not even going to go. Sorry. I was going down a random route, but regardless, they're magical, just out of this world. It's a place you have to explore if you can get the chance.
It looks beautiful.
We're just crossing 4 hour mark. We're about,
Yes, we are. We're literally hitting 4 hours right now. So on that note, a beautiful note, on the note of the Redwood Cedars, I love you all. Thank you for joining in. And we will be back tomorrow night, the same time. I think 6 p.m. Pacific, and we have Walter Bosley. So Jeremiah, you best be coming back for that. And hopefully we will have alien scientists.
Thanks for giving me a platform to air my wild ideas on and spread them out there to the world and see what people think of them and get some feedback. It sounds like we might be onto a good thing here, and I guess let's just run with it and see, where we go. But let's not be like children running with scissors in their hands. All right. So.
Let's not do that.
All right, don't run with scissors. So let's approach this responsibly. We have this tool. We can now slice and snip and dissect a reality at these points right? So we have this tool, this potential tool. What are we going to do with it, though? I guess that's up to us. We've got to figure out what we're going to do with this tool, and what can we do, you know.
There's PMA, land patents, private labs. Let's go.
Well, I added my.
We don't need to keep this freaking system that we've kept up. We don't need to keep like playing this same. And I don't mean to put the word capitalistic, but it really does fall into that category. We can get beyond it, and we can just do this by ourselves, especially with this free energy stuff that we've come up with. We don't need this bullshit. I'm ready for the next step. So
I don't need any of this bullshit. I'm ready to go to a cabin in the woods and
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I got your cabin in the woods, Liminal. I got your cabin in the woods, and I got the lab down the hill, far from your cabin.
Invite me to your cabin, please. Like, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go.
You guys remember that old video, Thomas Townsend Brown? Do you remember that Thomas Townsend Brown video where like he cracks the bottle of
Oh yeah, celebrating. Yeah.
Right. He's standing there next to Frank Hill, and so it's a great little shot. Like, scope back in history, they must have figured something out when they finally developed this interaction of the field forces through what they call the lofting cake. Thomas Brown's greatest idea, the lofting cake, a compressed number of spin isotopes that reacted weirdly when charged with high potential electric fields suddenly. And so that difference in their response to the rate flow of time versus the incoming wave allowed them to generate new field forces that were apparently so interesting, the military immediately put a banhammer on top of that thing and blacklisted it all. Brown disappeared, no longer any information coming from Thomas Townsend Brown, but his notebooks, the things that he wrote about, the things that he discovered, it's all kind of there. You have to follow his journey, and he does describe how all of this works together. And I actually do see that this model, what I'm presenting today,
and there's something
with that too.
Yep, you're on. Like, this is like, you just triggered something with me too, because I've had this now because of the mound concept too, and the kettle moraine. I think there's a little something going on deeper with that.
Kettle moraine. I think I actually, I think I did like a summer camp there. Kettle moraine in
You probably did.
That's gotta be an episode.
You remember I'm from Milwaukee, right, Jeremiah? Like, I know.
Are we talking about kettle moraine, like a
the mounds, the quote unquote drumlins, right? The glacial drumlins. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? The very specific.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yep, those things.
I want a
Indian like connection, and then also like we're not far from now all this what's been happening, what's been exposed with the Vikings up in this northern territory. But the mounds of the kettle moraine are very profound.
I used to walk those trails when I was younger.
Have you been to Holy Hill? Did you ever go to the Holy Hills Cathedral?
Yes, I've been to Holy Hill.
I nosedived a plane during a little
what?
I nosedived a plane during a flight school kind of test with the pilot, and my mom in the back seat, and my brother beside her. In this airplane on my birthday. It was like my birthday gift. I get to go up in a plane and fly over Holy Hill. So
wow,
let me nosedive this thing. I want to nosedive this thing because it had a dual wheel, right? It had the dual steering control. So he let me bring it down, and we went into a stall and we pulled it back up. I wanted to feel the orthogonal forces from the propeller that was pushing it along, and recognize how that interacted. And he let me do it. So I did it, and my mom's face turned completely fucking white. She thought we were gonna die. The pilot was like,
crazy.
That was
That's crazy. But think about that. Oh wow.
And we did that right over Holy Hill. Yes, and I've also been on that site too, on the ground level. I've walked up to the front gates. I've never actually been inside the facility there. They have this huge huge megalithic structure. It's beautiful when you walk up to it, and just all around the area there are these little pathways with rocks and various other things, like little what do they call
Jenna,
them?
I can't believe you did this. Like, I visited the place, but damn.
Oh yeah, like there's a reason why the crazy guy that was on this show today, this Jeremiah character, is the way he is, and it's because he experienced these things when he was younger, right? So this was the
and just think about like this area. There's something energetically about that area.
If you're not weird, you're not meant to be here. All right, that like weird is.
Hey, by the way, I uploaded the videos of my little hourglass experiment with the 5-second time shift. So it's on my. I put it all over the place on Discord, my YouTube channel, and my own WhatsApp group. You might want to check it out.
I don't have access to that link, but I would love if you would drop that Discord link in the private chat so that we can kind of like link up with wherever you're posting that stuff. That 5-second time delay, I want to see that. I mean, you should be in time field detectors. We have, like, Adam has created a group called Time Field Detectors, and we talk about trying to build meters that measure the difference in the rate flow of time. That's a thing that he put together, and it's right there on Discord on his server. So
cool.
This is stuff that's important to us. We want to know how time flows.
Yeah.
And we're trying to devise different ways to measure it in handheld tools, in instrumentation, like Ghostbusters tech, walking around with these meters that can tell you where the weird field is. Compasses that don't point in the same directions when they're right next to each other.
Yeah. You can fast forward it and see that it finishes 4 seconds earlier on the magnet, and on the table it takes 1:05, 1 minute and 5 seconds for the part 1.1. If you show the part 1.1, it yeah, exactly. Fast forwarded to the end. And you see it takes 1 minute 5 seconds. 1 minute is 5. So man, the magnet is 1.4 Tesla. There are 2 of them, so it's almost 3 Teslas. And man, it modifies time. It's an hourglass. I bought especially for that because it shouldn't be affected by a magnetic field. And apparently, magnetic field changes the time dilation contraction.
So, of course it does, yeah, because you're creating a longer path length for all of the charged particles to pass through in order to reach A to B. You create a longer path length. Anytime you do that, that time dilation, you're slowing down time in that region.
Well, the thing with the magnetic field, the Tesla, is a hertz times kilogram per coulomb. That's the measurement unit, and the kilogram per coulomb means that there's a link between a mass and a charge, and the hertz is the common property of gravitomagnetism and magnetism. It's you just add the kilogram per coulomb factor, and it's just a factor, but it's basically the same thing. And it's basically time dilation. That's what it is. And man, because of you guys, I figured this out tonight. It's a really historical night tonight, man.
Yeah,
That's
I
amazing.
completely agree. It's been
love
a
it,
historical
and I
night.
love all of us being a part of it.
Yeah, thanks for.
I'm glad that we were all able to come together and make this happen. This is really fantastic. We gained some and we lost some in and out, but important characters showed up and left.
Certainly did.
The whole thing is like this motion is started. Once it's started, I think it's just going to keep on going.
The inertia keeps growing.
Just like the electron is never going to fall into the proton, right?
Yeah.
In that hydrogen, that electron is never going to fall into that proton. It's always going to find a point of balance. Well, it's going to continuously exhaust energy and create electric fields that are changing in physical space. somehow, where's the energy being fed from? It's that background field. It's that giving field that stabilizes everything. It's the force that allows the electron to maintain its negative charge, exactly what it is. It's the same field that allows the proton to maintain its positive charge at the exact level that it is. And for those things having a size relationship to each other and a mass relationship to each other that is maintained by that background field too. So all of this is right there. It's this background field that sustains those field forces and the interactions that allow for these emergent effects to propagate and become visceral so that we can measure them and, you know, take measurements of things like mass and inertia and momentum or frequency and velocity.
Exactly, frequency, that's the factor I'm talking about, the frequency change that alters the time dilation, time contraction.
Right. And so all these things, they're absolutely integrated. They're part of the same kind of, you know, fundamental core concept.
Exactly.
Gravido electromagnetism is a fine example of precisely this phenomena.
Exactly.
Einstein and Descartes knew about it. They should have done it. I swear, man, if you had given Einstein another 1.5 years, maybe 2 years to work with Descartes, maybe before all that, they would have figured it out. I think they were so close to actually solving that riddle. They almost had it solved, but they didn't quite get it. And like you come along, like now we have GEM. So it's another theory, a way to approach this and try to understand the force field interactions between electric charges and frames of reference.
Yep, exactly. So yeah, thanks again, guys. That was a fantastic night tonight, and so
absolutely, and to many, many more. Everyone becomes more momentous with more field breaking, reality shifting discoveries, developments, and yeah, it's awesome.
As a self-taught engineer, hopefully I didn't screw too much up, and
no, not at all.
Some kind of modicum of sense to most of the listeners that will hear this video, and boy, do I sure hope that they hear it. I can't wait to listen to this later. It's probably gonna, you know, I'm probably gonna blow my own mind when I listen back to this later.
Right.
It's like my entire day, I devoted my entire day to just doing nothing but trying to get this idea out there and just getting it into as many minds as possible and seeing how it might ripple and reciprocate. It's not the first time I've done something like this, but this was like the coming together of all of those different tendrils into one singular event. And I think that we may have
really good one.
Something truly phenomenal here.
Thank you, Jeremiah and Liminal. I really appreciate you, both of you in the community. It's just been a huge asset.
Yes, I love you too, dear.
Yeah, we're here for you guys. Like, it would have never.
I did. I love you.
Didn't ask any questions, right?
I love you. I actually went to my computer to find you in the chat, and I was like, "Yes, you're there. Hello, hi." So
I just posted everybody's links.
Thank you for being here. Thank you, everyone, for being here.
Ask a good question, you'll get a good answer.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's deeper than that.
Like, don't be afraid.
Everybody's
Ask what you want to ask. Like, don't be
Bernie, Liminal, seriously, thank you.
And thank you, sister. And thank you all. And on that note, we'll be back tomorrow with Walter Bosley, and it's going to be epic. And we'll catch you on the next one.
To the future.
You crazy mother. Yeah.
It's just burning.